Don't get... Don't get near them.
Nimm sie raus! Renn! Raus! Gregor! Raus!
And welcome to today's episode of Law News and Laughter. Hope everyone is doing well today. In the news today, we have what I consider to be a vexatious and frivolous lawsuit against the makers of Fireball whiskey because someone didn't check the labelling. Well, quite obviously you saw the ruse, so we're going to get through to that. And we have a multitude of other things. For example, an update on the Elon Musk lawsuit over the Tesla stocks. And it's sovereign citizen galore, people. We're going to have a fun day. Let's get stuck into it, shall we? Love yous all. On this channel, we look at legal cases and concepts, world domination, news, and just generally shoot the breeze. We don't give any legal advice, but we can answer questions and hopefully point you in the right direction. We do not shy away from the topics that so if necessary, put on your big kid pants, have a cup of concrete, and pull up a chair. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to reach out to us on Facebook, Twitter, or via email, and all complaints can be directed to our complaints department. Make sure you smash the like and subscribe buttons, and now let's get into it. Just when I get through saying that I'm hoping we're going to go through for a boomer-free show today. Fuck. Turn off studio mode. There we go. Legitimately, for about 2 minutes there, I was going on about how I was hoping we were going to have a non-boomer day. Oh, crap. Exactly how much did I actually even bother to... Anyway, hope everyone's having a good Wednesday/Tuesday. It's going to be an interesting day, as we're already off to a great start. Fan-fucking-tastic. This is what happens when I don't have OBS right in my line of sight. I'm starting to think I'm going to get 4 monitors. I've got 3, but I'm going to have one there, one there, one there, one there, just to make sure that everything pans out. So, but what do we got? Okay, so there's the links. Thank you very much for that, Rabbit. Pin that. And yes, please remember to hit the like and subscribe bell, because if you're not already laughing at me, you're going to. Be lurking, not a problem. Have fun, Rabbit. You think the Fireball lawsuit's funny? Look, I read through the documents. I'm a little bit concerned for whoever drafted them, because it is legitimately drafted by a lawyer in the US. And it's one of those things where I'm like, did this person pass the 3rd grade? Still no copyright on the video, taken down twice during today. Really? Huh. Well, there you go. Why do you start at 3:15 instead of 3? Just curious. Seems to work for me, honestly. It's, whenever I put it down that I start at, 3 o'clock your time, 8 a.m. my time, I don't know why it just seems that little bit more daunting, and it gives me a little bit of extra time to deal with the little Overlaw'd in case anything's going wrong or anything like that. I seem to be able to start on time usually if I'm at 8:15. Just gives me that little bit extra time in the morning. Admittedly, I was about 5 minutes late this morning, but that's because I was dumb enough to forget that I got to put out a tweet on Twitter. And thank you to the 38 people that are already watching. So, just going to put a quick poll in. Alright. Just for clarity, did you get any notification on Rumble, YouTube, or Twitter about this? That basically, it's a blanket statement, people. If you got any sort of notification about it, I want to know about it. If it was from when I went live, if it was from when I posted it 8 hours ago, if it was from the 30 minutes warning, if it was just to let you know. If the post that I put out saying that I was going live has popped up in your feed, I want to know about it. Because after yesterday's stream, I'm pretty confident that I've been a little bit hidden. So, there's the poll. In the meantime... I don't want to end the poll. I just want to be able to see what I'm reading again. Alright. Never had Fireball? Look, I've had it a couple of times in my life. Not a huge fan, but 'tis what it is. Hello, Impish. Val's in the house already. Hello. Stingy. Tina Reynolds. Branko covered the shooting this morning too. Oh, okay. I haven't had a chance to look at it. So, you listen to Crowder on Timcast somewhat. Something else I need to get through today. Good afternoon, good morning, and evening, chat. Hello, Pesky Citizen. Thank you very much for dropping by. Good to be seen. Yeah. Rather listen to Crowder on Nick's channel. Don't care for Tim. Well, I mean, Nick wound up spending most of the time talking to Barnes, so he didn't. I don't think he actually watched the video from memory, but I mean, I only caught like the last 2 hours or so. Impish is showing an incredible amount of restraint at the moment. Why? What's going on, Impish? Yes, Aussie's on, can breathe now. Too much toxicity on YouTube nowadays. Really? I'm where you come for lack of toxicity? Mildly concerned by that, but anyway. Apostle Steve's in the house, Linda Drescher, and also Linda, I got you over on Rumble, so thank you very much for dropping by there too. Malia Carr, Reindeer. I love seeing all my regulars, I really do. I just wish we could get more names in here, I really, really do. Because once again, thank you very much, Susan, that I've now dropped back below 8,500 again, and I'm heading towards 4,980. She really does not like me. Tina's saying it's gloomy here in Texas. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Digger 420. Hi all, still migrating but listing. Fair enough, Digger. Blanderous. Exclaimer, well that was fun. Yeah, well. Boomer moment to open the stream. Yeah, unfortunately. Hey, Joe. Wouldn't feel like a Hayden stream without a boomer. Yeah, well. The irony of it was that I spent like 2 minutes saying, yes, we're going to have an excellent stream with no boomer moments. We'll try, but can't guarantee it. Was off to a brilliant start. Got perma-banned on Twitter for yesterday's headline, and I tagged the feds. I wonder why I've been banned. Oh, Jason, you play with fire, dude. Really. New puppy woke you up early? Oh, what kind of puppy is it? Just admit it, you're not a morning person, so it's 15-minute lead time. That's exactly what it is. Isn't that what I said? Oh, good. Got notification on YouTube. Got YouTube notification. Lovely. Got two. One 8 hours ago and half hour both on YouTube. Okay. Interesting. Got mine from Locals, which is interesting because I didn't post anything on Locals. Do not have Rumble set up on the new phone yet. No worries, Boomer. Just need to warm up. Shoveling snow from the past the barns in the driveway. Yes, got notification. Oh, fabulous. Fuck Susan. Stream took down twice. We said fuck it and went to Rumble. Wow. Actually, okay. Well, we'll talk about that. Saw the video on your homepage, but can't stay. Have to go to work soon. No worries, Brian. Well, thank you very much for that. But feel free to hit the like on the way through. Drama-free place, and I thank you for that. I'll try. Next time I ask for the notification. Yeah, the trouble is, as I've mentioned this before, with the plugin that I use for Brave to bring up these chats on screen like this, because of the way that the plugin set up, there's a button in the way like an overlay button over the top of the thing to add additional options. So unless I have an entirely separate window just open for YouTube, just purely for polls, which takes up additional bandwidth, and let's face it, Chrome sucks because it's a friggin' memory hog. I can't add additional things to it, so I've got to go with yes or no, or 1, 2 options, whatever. Something that I'm working with, but we'll get there. Susan chases all the Rumble to watch Mighty Meat this morning. Even mods can be unsubbed. Yeah, that's a good point, people. Just remember, you may have been unsubbed. Jinxed it and spoke too soon? Yeah, I really did. New puppy's an Irish Wolfhound cross. Oh, gorgeous. Marty's neglecting to mention twice in 20 minutes. Shit. Haven't been getting a notification for the majority of the channels that I'm subbed to. AP, just double check that is not the way that you've got it set up. So when you hit the notification button, you've got to click the arrow next to it and click all. Because if you've got personalized and you haven't changed the settings, you may not be getting any notifications at all. That might be what's happening in your case, is simply if it's across the board with all the channels. It might be the way that the notifications are set up. Just something to double check. Junior 2. Hi, Hayden. Yep, YouTube sent the notification for once. Lovely. Okay, shall we get into this ridiculous lawsuit? Like, it's in my opinion, it's it's stupidly ridiculous. And we are going to get a laugh out of this, at least I hope. Kaiser Pineapple. Hey, Kaiser, how you doing? Alice still's flowing with grog. Yeah, well, for the moment. I mean, I do... Okay, guys, this is just for the Aussies in chat. I legitimately do not know what the fuck Albo's doing. I know that it's supposed to be a war zone up there, but do they honestly think that banning alcohol in the middle of the Northern Territory outback, in the second largest town in the Northern Territory, is going to make a difference? I'm sorry, with the way that the culture is there, forgive me if this comes across in any way as racist, but I'm speaking from personal experience from when I lived in the area. If you remove the alcohol, all they're going to do is start using other substances. And by which I don't mean like the regular drugs that you used to. I'm talking about pouring... Oh, Brian Wilkinson signed up. Thank you. I'm talking about petrol. They pour it into like a gallon jug of milk and they sniff it to get high. There are individuals in the area that do that. It's fucking ridiculous. No. It's meth and shit like... What? Not petrol, not here. Really? What? Because they're out of it? Methylated spirits. Okay. Oh, that's just as bad, really. Work well on the reservations here, then drunk driving incidents from them going outside the area for alcohol skyrocketed. Remember the petrol sniffing? Oh, yeah. Now we have opal fuel. Oh, okay. Also, people, my coffee of choice today is a lovely Dare No Sugar. Dare, if you want to get in contact and offer me a sponsorship, I'd be more than happy to drink one of these every day on stream. Menthol monsters. No. Methylated spirits. So the stuff that you use to clean up paint and oil-based paint and crap like that. It's... yeah. Anyway. Moving on. Because I could get caught on that particular rant forever. Alrighty. Okay. Customer files Fireball class action over whiskey mini bottles. Anna Marquise is fired up over a faux whiskey per a new lawsuit against Fireball manufacturer Sazerac. A class action's been filed against Sazerac, the manufacturer of Fireball, for what it says are misleading marketing practices, per the Washington Post. Well, let's be fair, let's take that with a grain of salt. But the suit contends that some mini Fireball bottles the company sells don't actually contain cinnamon-infused Canadian whiskey, as the branding suggests. Sazerac sells a small bottle of Fireball, but according to the suit, the product may not contain any whiskey at all, despite it being nearly identical to the larger bottle, which has whiskey in it, in its style and branding. The small 50 milliliter bottle of Fireball usually retails for around $1.99 in a discount bin at the servo, let's be perfectly honest, gas station, and is usually sold in locations that do not permit the sale of liquor, per the outlet. The label says the tiny beverage contains a malt beverage with natural whiskey and other flavours per the suit. This is a clever turn of phrase because consumers who strain to read this will see how natural whiskey is distinct from other flavours, the lawsuit says. Previously, as the lawsuit notes, the New York State local outlets, the Times Union and WPDH, pointed out that seemingly liquor-filled bottles were being sold in gas stations and supermarkets, apparently to the ire of liquor stores per the former. State law only allows liquor to be sold in designated stores, such, for example, not in grocery stores. This is opposed to the regular bottle of Fireball, which is real Canadian whiskey per the suit. The class action lawsuit seeks to bring together anyone who has brought the not actually liquor mini bottle in 12 states over the issue, going for damages punitive and statutory in the realm of $5 million. It was filed in the Northern District Court of Illinois earlier this month. Fireball is said to have been created during a legendarily cold Canadian winter in the 1980s. It was purchased by Sazerac in 1989 and then saw a surge in popularity after a rebrand and a focused marketing campaign in the US post-2007. The drink saw a dip in bar sales, but overall continued sales volume increased in recent years. In 2020, Thrillist called it secretly hot. Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey tastes like heaven, burns like hell, the company writes in the product description. This suit is seeking to be certified as a class action, meaning a judge will have to agree that the suit meets the requirements for this type of suit. Annoyingly, I think it might get over that hurdle. But annoyingly, unless they're going to find 5 million people that are pissed off the fact that they didn't read a label, it's not worth the amount of damages. Each bottle is literally $1, like 99 cents, in a discount bin. Karen's salty over this one. It's specifically seeking to be certified as a class action in Illinois as a multi-state consumer class action fraud case, open to customers who have bought the mini bottle in North Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, Alaska, Iowa, Mississippi, Arkansas, Kansas, Arizona, South Carolina, and Utah. The lawyer for the suit, Spencer Sheehan, is known for taking food brands to task for misleading marketing that is misleading. Wow, that's some brilliant writing right there. He once sued Krispy Kreme for not having enough apples in a glazed apple pie product. Don't have mini bottles here in Utah? Have you checked the local gas station, Swan Lake Lady? In my opinion, this guy is giving lawyers a bad name. And that is from one legal professional to another. This is some real, like, ambulance chaser type shit. Not enough apples, okay, they're real monsters. Mm-hmm. They don't contain fire or balls either. That is very true. No, real cinnamon, monsters. Neither a whiskey. Whiskey requires 40% above. Doesn't Fireball have had a secret ingredient of antifreeze? I don't believe so. Can't ever feel Fireball whiskey anyway. Oh, well, there you go. Hey, Dork, how you doing? What's their issue? I thought the word malt was a hint that no alcohol. What they're we'll get into the lawsuit in a second, but what they're basically boiling it down to is that the bottle is so distinctive and similar to the one that contains whiskey that people have mistakenly paid a whole $1 thinking that they were buying a shot of Fireball whiskey, and then being disappointingly surprised when they find out that it's just a malt-flavored beverage. Oh dear God, you paid $1 for something, it wasn't what you thought it was, and it's worth suing for $5 million. Talk about being butthurt. Sounds like this lawyer's looking for an easy big payout so he can retire and buy a boat. Well, look, if he keeps doing, like, shit cases like that, I have no idea. If he's already suing, like, Krispy Kreme, then it's like, well, fuck it. Yes, glitter fart. I get that fraud is fraud. Or fraud is fraud. But sometimes people just need to get over themselves. I mean, there's specific, like, no liquor sold in stores, only watered down beer. Like, they show pictures and everything. And it's like, seriously, if you actually look at it, yes, it may fit the definition of misleading or deceptive packaging, given that it's from the same company. But what a fucking waste of people's time and court resources. Malt is alcohol, just less alcohol content than regular whiskey. Yeah, no, in this case it was malt flavoured. Apparently never heard the saying, you get what you pay for. Oh yeah, always read the labels. I think that was the end of the article, which is fine. Alright, let's have a look at the lawsuit. And wait until you see this too. United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division. Anna Marquis, individually on behalf of all similarly situated, against Sazerac Company, Inc. By trial jury, class action complaint. None of the usual, like... It literally just dives in. You know, I can't even... Let's just get this read. Don't get me wrong, I want a boat tour, but I'm not about to sue Krispy Kreme or some malt beverage company over it. You can bilk folks for more doing personal injury. Okay. Plaintiff alleges upon information and belief except for allegations about the plaintiff which are based on personal knowledge. Okay, fine. Sazerac Company, Inc., defendant, manufactures, markets, and sells cinnamon whiskey under the Fireball brand. And they've included 2 helpful pictures. Within the past few years, purchasers noticed what appeared to be its availability in supermarkets and convenience stores in small bottles for 99 cents. Knowing full well that you're not supposed to be able to buy it there. Okay, admittedly, the Fireball Cinnamon shot, I can see that being misleading. That, however, is on the store. That's the display from the store. That's not on them. So there, you've got Fireball Cinnamon. Okay, it literally nowhere on the packaging does it say whiskey. One writer who saw a huge Fireball display in front of a cash register at a gas station wondered if that specific store was doing something they're not supposed to be doing, in quotation marks, by selling cinnamon-flavoured whiskey. Liquor stores reported a decline in the sales of Fireball Cinnamon whiskey, confirmed by their customers who told them that they preferred to purchase it for lower prices elsewhere. No, I'm not talking about the display, Blanders. I'm talking about the signage on the front. I mean, I don't know how it works with you guys, but generally here our supermarkets print their own and put them on top of the displays. Because the pricing can change from week to week. The gas station ones have 9% alcohol, regular Fireball has 33. Interesting. Because in this one they're saying that it didn't have any alcohol in it whatsoever. Okay. I didn't like this in the UK early 80s when a bloke started a crisp company called Hedgehog selling flavoured crisps, but Hedgehog flavoured crisps had no hedgehog in them. I'm gonna sue Red Bull because A, it's not red, and B, there's no bulls in it, and C, it doesn't give you wings. Oh shit. So apparently people were going to buy the so there's apparently there's anecdotal stuff that says that they were buying the non-alcoholic stuff, all the stuff that's supposed to be considered non-alcoholic, at a cheaper price from various other places. Expecting those small bottles labeled Fireball Cinnamon to be whiskey was an easy mistake to make and one intended by the manufacturer. In fact, what consumers were pushing at non-liquor stores was not whiskey at all, even their labels are almost identical. That may be the case, but if you are aware that the alcohol is not supposed to be sold outside of a liquor store, and you're already questioning whether or not they're doing something they're not supposed to, surely you're actually going to take pause. Wednesday Adams, do your Girl Scout cookies contain actual little girls? When customers look closer, they see that it is actually simply called Fireball Cinnamon. Notice that there's no whiskey after the word cinnamon, which is actually a malt beverage flavoured to taste like the cinnamon whiskey product. So there you go. That's a photo of the $1 bottle that's available at like gas stations and shit like that. Unlike whiskey, which is a distilled spirit, a malt beverage is based on fermentation to create a neutral base to which flavours and colours may be added, such as a flavoured malt beverage or FMB. While federal and identical state regulators allow products' use of this distilled spirit brand name of Fireball, they prohibit the overall misleading impression created as to Fireball Cinnamon's version. I can't believe in my brain I'm having to fix the language in this as I read. It's actually hurting. We have that here. It's a cinnamon whiskey. Okay. Cut-resistant gloves are definitely not cut-resistant. Slice my hand cleaning paint rollers. What's this guy's number? I knew it wasn't whiskey because it was sold in Texas grocery stores. Well, there you go. The bottles appear identical, but for the word whiskey on the front label, which most purchasers seeking alcohol will not even detect. Are you saying that alcoholics can't read? Fireball is not qualified, is not qualified with the word brand, which could alert purchasers what they are buying has little connection to cinnamon whiskey. Even the Fireball's cinnamon statement of composition is the smallest allowable size. Draws particular attention to the apparent use of the distilled word whiskey, stating malt beverage with natural whiskey and other flavours and caramel colours. How the hell is the word whiskey any different in this picture? Malt beverage with natural whiskey and other flavours and caramel colour. How the hell does it draw particular attention to the use of this distilled spirit of whiskey? It's a malt beverage. Specifically says it. On the front. I think this suit is stupid, but I can see where they would be confused. You have to remember we live in a society where we have to have pictures of bags so people don't make a mistake. It's mistaken as a spacesuit. Wouldn't the price be a clue to a normal customer that there's no alcohol in there? Yeah. Look, do I think this is going to get certified as a class action? Yes, unfortunately I do. Is this a frivolous lawsuit? Yes. They are literally using the punitive measures of the state and federal legislation to pull this out because there's no damages. Oh dear God, you bought a $1 shot. Poor you, it wasn't what you were expecting. Here's your dollar back. So basically what they're saying is that they have to punish the company for what they're calling misleading and deceptive practices, which frankly, in my opinion, it's not. Yes, it's a very similar thing, but anyone that picks it up would read it and see that there's no whiskey on it. If you're in a rush and you mistook that at a gas station for a shot of whiskey, that's on you, frankly. But no, so they're basically saying, okay, they did wrong. We need to make sure that the court punitively, punishes them by giving us money because we have no actual damages. Vaguely remember moron in a hurry standard for trademark infringement. Will the same standard apply to this? Not trademark, but essentially a labeling issue. Yeah, look, it does really come down to moron in a hurry, so along that lines, yes, it probably is enough to get it over the line, using that as a standard. Using the words with natural whiskey and other flavours is a clever turn of phrase because consumers who strain to read this will see how natural whiskey is distinct from other flavours. How? There's no bold on it. There's no. That's bullshit. They will think the product is a malt beverage with added natural whiskey and other flavours. Well, that's a hell of an assumption. What the label means to say is that the product contains natural whiskey flavours and other flavours. But by not including the word flavours after natural whiskey, purchasers who look closely will expect Purchasers who look closely will expect the distilled spirit of whiskey added as a separate ingredient. Again, bullshit. However, even where a distilled spirit is used to manufacture flavors, it loses its class and type when blended with other ingredients. When viewed together with the Fireball Distilled Spirit brand name, the label misleads consumers into believing that it is or contains a distilled spirit. Okay. Alright. There goes the coffee. The company lost sales because people were buying the cheap little ones, so they punished themselves. Yeah, basically. Hang on, why is it? Is the poll ended? Can't tell if the poll ended or not. Because I want to know. Would you mistake the small bottle for a traveler's shot of Fireball whiskey? There we go. As a result of the false and misleading representations, the product is sold at a premium price of 99 cents for 50 milliliters. Then they go into the jurisdiction. Aggregate amount of the controversy exceeds 5 million, including any statutory and punitive damages exclusive of interest and costs. The plaintiff is a citizen of Illinois. The defendant is a citizen of New Orleans and Kentucky. The class of persons the plaintiff seeks to represent is persons who are citizens in different states from which the defendant is a citizen. Members of the class plaintiff seeks to represent more than 100 because the product's been sold with representations described here from thousands of stores, including grocery stores, big box stores, gas stations, convenience stores in the states the plaintiff seeks to represent. Probably on retainer for Bailey's. Peanuts have to be labelled may contain nuts. This is the level we're working with here. That is true. Spelling whiskey with no E shouldn't be allowed. Tastes like cinnamon and whiskey, so now I'm confused as to what his complaint is. Wonder if they made a different countries. Violent special liquor stores here. There were damages. Their date never got drunk and was able to drive home. Guessing this brew of Satan's popular in Aussie-land? No, not so much. I mean, look, you will find it in pretty much every bar, but you won't find many people ordering it. At least not in my opinion. It's been a while since I've hit the pubs. So it was misadvertised and labelled. Well, that's what they're claiming, yeah. Stupid cases like these that deodorant sprays on packaging say not for internal use. Remove all the warning labels and let the chips fall where they may. Do not drink and drive, so I do not buy small bottles to hide drinking and driving. Just got the YouTube notification that you're live. Oh, well, there you go. Nuts may contain these nuts. Learn to read labels, learn to read period. Well, there is that too. Oh, excuse me. Plaintiff Anna Marquez, citizen of Chicago, Cook County, Illinois, blah, blah, blah. None of that really matters. Hang on. So there's something in there. What did I read it? Parties, defendant manufactures Fireball. Plaintiff purchased products. Plaintiff is like many customers of alcoholic beverages who prefers distilled spirits or products containing distilled spirits to malt beverages. Congratulations. The plaintiff saw the labelling elements of the Fireball Cinnamon and did not immediately notice the difference between that and Fireball Cinnamon whiskey. The plaintiff expected the Fireball Cinnamon was whiskey and or contained whiskey in a de minimis amount. Need to try Jepson's Malort. I know Malort is supposedly really bad or something, but I actually tried to find some. Couldn't get it. That's the stuff. I'm pretty sure that's the stuff that Rob can't stand, isn't it? So those little bottles here in the state liquor stores, they're in the same, and they are the same as a big bottle. Okay. They'll have to change the labels. Yeah. Deceptive advertising practice is one of the harder things to prove. You can get me some. Pixel, I don't know what it is, but between America and Australia, it is ridiculously difficult to send alcohol. I was going to send a bottle of Blanton's to Nick when he was bitching and moaning that he couldn't get any. And I either needed to get a special permit license or I needed to buy it within the country and have it shipped to him from a store in the country, which sort of defeated the purpose. So if you were able to send it, I'd be extraordinarily surprised, but, have at it. Double Toasted did a funny video about Malort. Okay. Bought a rolling cart online in a hurry. They placed it next to a fridge and it was huge. I thought it was a great deal, but it was actually next to a dorm fridge. I kept it because it's cute. Thank God we don't have Malort in Oz. Was a plaintiff sober when they bought them? Might explain why they can't read them. That label. You put it in a mouthwash bottle. Are these in the UK? No clue. The plaintiff expected the Fireball Cinnamon to be whiskey. The plaintiff paid more for the product than she would have had she known about the representations and omissions that were false and misleading, or would not have purchased it. She's saying she would not have spent the 99 cents on the bottle if she knew that there was no whiskey in it. That's how they used to ship whiskey to soldiers in Iraq. Oh. The value of the product to the plaintiff purchase was materially less than the value as represented by the defendant. Yeah, try getting that one over the hurdle. The value of the product that the plaintiff purchased was materially less than its value as represented by the defendant. You want to try and run that one by me? It's 99 cents. You try and find a shot of whiskey for less than 99 cents. Some say Malort tastes like paint thinner. It has come up from a crazy cat lady's house marinating in it. Value is entirely subjective, not when we're talking monetary terms, it's not. Watered down, maybe. Someone's mad because the beer was 10 cents more. Psychodon92 over on Rumble says, wouldn't think it's whiskey, but I'm not a retard. I gotta come up with a water costs more than 99 cents. The plaintiff intends to, seeks to, and will purchase the product again when she can do so with the assurance its representations are consistent with its attributes and or composition. She's literally just said she's going to repurchase the bottle without whiskey when the representations are rectified. So she's literally bitching and moaning about the fact that she bought a 99-cent bottle of non-alcoholic whiskey that she intends to still buy, provided it is labelled as non-whiskey. How many other companies has she frivolously sued? No clue. She's got a 2G IQ. Booze is way more expensive in the Australia than the US. Depends on what it is. Blanton's is significantly cheaper here. Like at Dan Murphy's, it's significantly cheaper for the higher end stuff. That's why I was going to send some to Nick. But there are certain alcohols here that, yes, are ridiculously expensive by comparison. The plaintiff is unable to rely on the labelling of not only this product, but of other flavoured malt beverages which use the name of distilled spirits because she is unsure whether the representations are truthful. The plaintiff is unable to rely on the labelling of not only this product, but other malt beverages, which I'm sure she consumes on a regular basis, which use the names of distilled spirits. So basically, by doing this, they've scared her the fuck off from buying whatever else. Like the absurdity, like it's not like they're outright lying or anything in the pleading, but Yes, her trust has been destroyed. Exactly, Glitterfart. Her trust has been destroyed, people. Destroyed! If the defendant's labeling was truthful, she would have more confidence in the labeling of other malt-flavored beverages. How the fuck is that their responsibility? Class allegations. The plaintiff seeks certification and FedRC P23 for an Illinois class and a consumer fraud multi-state class. Common questions of issues of law and fact predominate and include whether the defendant's representations were or are misleading, and if the plaintiff and class members were entitled to damages. The plaintiff's questions and basis for relief are typical to other members because all were subject to the same unfair, misleading, or deceptive representations, omissions, and actions. The plaintiff is an adequate representative because her interests do not conflict with other members. Her faith in malt beverages in general has been shaken at $1 bajillion. Maybe there's a class you can take. Maybe. Put a wrapping on an empty bottle that says empty bottle. So she plans to buy again, is highly traumatized and suffers severe cognitive issues. Got it. Got a Coles Mini Nutella, but it didn't contain Nutella. Woot, I get to sue for monies. Look, not quite the same thing. But yes, I see it. She'd only trust in a 100% grain alcohol. Have a shot of Everclear. Lol. My windbreaker isn't breaking the wind. I watched a man put whiskey through a Brita filter. I think I've seen people do that with vodka as well, because they reckon that it clears it up. I know Reed, give me money. Basically. Oh no, advertisements are misleading. So, the plaintiff is an idiot? Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Psychodol. No individual inquiry is necessary since the focus is only on defendant's practices and the class is definable and ascertainable. Individual actions would risk inconsistent results, be repetitive, and are impractical to justify, as the claims are modest relative to the scope of the harm. Fuck off! The claims are modest relative to the scope of the harm. So they're saying that the harm done to the public by these bottles being available in gas stations greatly exceeds $5 million, but we're asking for $5 million. My god, I've seen some stuff, but really, I'm now worried about what's in my blue hair dye. Pay me now. Yeah, it's pretty much what it's boiling down to. Plaintiff's counsel is competent.
Objection.
And experienced in complex class action litigation. Maybe. And intends to protect class members' interests adequate and fairly.
Denied.
Plaintiff seeks class-wide injunctive relief because of the practices continue. The plaintiff incorporates by reference all the preceding paragraphs. Can't get the word out. Come on. Plaintiff expected the product would contain distilled spirits in a non-de minimis or non-negligible amount. Plaintiff would not have purchased the product or paid as much if the true facts had been known, suffering damages. So what would she have paid? 5 cents? 10 cents? 98 cents? The Consumer Fraud Acts in the states in the Consumer Fraud multi-state class are similar to the consumer protection statutes invoked by the plaintiff and prohibit the use of unfair or deceptive business practices in the conduct of commerce. Look, what are they called? Saranac? The guys that make it. Seriously, just put a freaking sticker on it that says non-alcoholic. Okay? That's really all you need to do. That's literally all that needs to change. Members of the Consumer Fraud multi-state class reserve their right to assert their consumer protection claims under the Consumer Fraud Acts of the states they represent and or the consumer protection statute invoked by the plaintiff. The defendant intended the members of the Consumer Fraud multi-state class would rely upon its deceptive conduct, which they did, suffering damages. Companies should just label their products assuming customers can't read and are idiots. Fireball Light. Yeah, that works. She should have gone after the makeup industry. How factual those adverts. I mean, come on, man. It's not a bad point. See, the trouble is then when you get into misleading and deceptive conduct, you're looking at puffery, you're looking at would someone legitimately believe that it is a reasonable thing? And what was brought up before, the moron in a hurry test. Basically, if it's an idiot and they were strapped for time and they weren't really looking, would they have mistaken it? Which, yeah, look, in this case, they probably would have. But 5 million in damages. Take your 99-cent of watered down water. Yeah, it's not 99-cent bottle of water, basically. And take your ball and go home. It is not worth 5 million in damages for this. Is it when we'll probably start questioning gas station sushi next? Quite possibly. So be confused because this does have alcohol in it. I know because I have it. Pesky says, are you getting it mixed up with the actual Fireball whiskey? Because it's literally, there's a bottle of Fireball whiskey and then we're talking about bottles that are about this big that has a malt flavored beverage in it, and they consider it to be non-alcoholic. I think it may even have a minute amount of alcohol in it, but it's considered it's a malt beverage with whiskey flavoring to it. So that might be where you're getting confused. Do all non-alcoholic products require a non-alcoholic label? It's not 0, it's 9%. Okay, well, there you go. Okay, well, maybe she... Oh, look, fuck, I don't know. Adulting is a soup, I'm a fork. She didn't read the label properly, that's the damage, and lost 99 cents. Why on earth would she buy it again? Just get water and cinnamon and brew a bit. Let them brew a bit. Hundreds of other places selling booze, just grab another and take the L. Okay, breaches of express warranty. The product was manufactured, identified, marketed, and sold by the defendant expressly or impliedly warranted to the plaintiff that it would contain distilled spirits in a non-de minimis or non-negligible amount. How the hell is the warrant there? We have the small bottles that are identical as the big bottle here, so that's why they've been sold in state liquor stores. Non-alcoholic ones can be sold anywhere. Yeah, look, we have the little mini bottles that are about this big as well that have actual... Like, it's basically, it's the same stuff that's in the big bottles. It's just in a traveler shot, what we call a traveler shot. The defendant directly marketed the product to the plaintiff through its advertisements and marketing, through various forms of media on the packaging, in print circulars, direct mail, product descriptions, and targeted digital advertising. Lady, if you've got shots of Fireball showing up on your internet browser history, I'd suggest maybe you have a slight alcohol problem. Like, I get that they've got to include this wording, but it's still so fucking funny. Directly marketed the product to the plaintiff through its advertisements. Yeah, fine. If it's standing next to the counter, if there's a display in the store, whatever the fuck else, yes, it's directly marketed to them. But through various forms of media, direct mail. Who the hell is mailing out she's on their mailing list. Like, who's getting a pamphlet in the mail saying, oh, by the way, the new shipment of Fireball whiskey is available? Like, seriously, people. Defendant knew that the product attributes that potential customers like the plaintiff were seeking and developed its marketing and labeling to directly meet their needs and desires, which was a consumption of distilled spirits instead of a malt beverage. They're going to have an interesting time proving that one as well, frankly. Then maybe I'm confused, but on the other hand, I wouldn't assume they were only 99 cents. Even the small bottles cost a few dollars. Yes, absolutely. It's not distilled alcohol, but this one's more like beer. Okay. Straight to rehab. They were using the birds to have crows come sit on their porch and throw crow fireball all through the night. Oh, shit. Oh. The representations about the product were conveyed in writing and promised it would be defect-free, and the plaintiff understood that it meant that it would contain distilled spirits in a non-denominous or non-negligible amount. Well, that's fucking on her. Like, as far as I'm concerned, this goes beyond the moron in a hurry test, honestly. This is stupidity. So does she like Big Tech giving her curated content or not? That's a damn good question. Did she keep a receipt and empty bottle for a forensic exam? I think not. Yeah, probably not. The defendant's representations affirmed and promised that the product would contain distilled spirits. Bullshit. It's specifically on the front of the packaging that it doesn't. The defendant described the product, so the plaintiff believed it would contain distilled spirits. Well, that's up to the interpretation of the plaintiff. Defendant had a duty to disclose or provide non-descriptive promises, descriptions, and marketing of the product. It's on the fucking front of the bottle just because you didn't read it. This duty is based on the defendant's outsized role in the market for cinnamon whiskey as a seller of Fireball cinnamon whiskey. Lady ate her food and then complained. That's exactly what it is. I'm going to drink. I want a big bottle. Why waste your time on a baby bottle? Damn good point, Linda. How many mini bottles of Fireball she fit in her hoo-ha? Oh, God, glitter. So for the plaintiff, a product is defective if it doesn't contain distilled spirits. Yes, look, technically it is defective if she had been led to believe that the bottle contained spirits, but it did not. I personally think that is ridiculously stupid to be looking at those bottles for 99 cents and go, yes, this is legitimate whiskey. It's like when you walk into a $2 shop, okay? And look, I'm going to nerd out here a little bit because it's the easiest way I can explain it. Walk into a $2 shop, you pick up a pack of Pokemon cards. It doesn't look quite right. It might have all the same logos on it. It might have all the same everything. But you know it's not going to be legitimate Pokemon cards. Like, you know it's fake. You're buying it from the wrong location. There's something that just looks not quite right about it. You know that it's not the same product that you are intending to buy. No more dollar stores here in the US. Only $1.25 thanks to Let's Go Brandon. Today's way of thinking, I misunderstood something, but it's your fault you didn't explain it better. True. To be fair, she was probably drunk when she bought it, so she probably didn't read it. Tiny bottle, tiny words. Okay. The plaintiff recently became aware of the defendant's breach of product warranties. Okay. Provided or provides notice to the defendant, its agents, representatives, retailers, and their employees that it breached the product warranties. What the fuck are you talking about? A hot dog now? Anyway. The defendant received notice and should have been aware of the issues due to complaints by consumers and third parties, including regulators and competitors, and its main offices and through online forums. The product did not conform to its affirmations of fact and promises due to the defendant's actions. The product was not merchantable because it was not fit to pass in the trade as advertised, not fit for the ordinary purpose for which it was intended, and did not conform to the promises or affirmations on the packaging, container, or label because it was marketed as if it would contain distilled spirits. And then they talk about negligent misrepresentation. Defendant had a duty to truthfully represent the product, which it breached. The duty was non-delegable, based on the defendant's position, holding itself out as having special knowledge and experience in the area. Representations and omissions went beyond specific representations of the packaging. This is all starting to get boring now. Promises were outside the standard representations that other companies may make in the standard arm's-length retail context. Representations took advantage of the consumer's cognitive shortcuts made at the point of sale and their trust in the defendant. Oh, fuck right off. I mean, a lawsuit she filed in 2020? No clue. Have you tried this delicious water, aka whiskey? No, I have not. As far as I'm aware, the mini shot ones of that are just Fireball cinnamon malt flavored beverage, I haven't actually seen them. I've only seen the bottles are about this big of actual Fireball, and doesn't mix well with me. What warranty? Since when does booze have warranty? There are implied warranties in pretty much every consumer contract. So when you buy something, there is a warranty that it's fit for a purpose. So, for example, if you go to the store and you buy a bag of flour, there is an implied warranty that that flour is going to be able to be used for baking or for mixing or whatever the hell else. Damn, Rabbit, thank you very much. Good Spirits got one, Sleazy got one, Jensen got one, Jim Gerard, and Adriana. Congratulations to all the new Underlord members. Thank you very much for that. Rabbit, doing God's work there, thank you. Still can't get over the image of cinnamon whiskey, just no. Plaintiff reasonably or justifiably relied on the negligent misrepresentations and omissions which served to induce and did induce her purchase the product. They're claiming unjust enrichment and fraud. So, after a judgment certifying that the plaintiff is a representative and undersigned as counsel for the classes, entering preliminary and permanent injunctive relief by directing the defendant to correct the challenged practices to comply with the law. Yeah, Fireball, you will head this off if you just start putting a sticker on it that says non-alcoholic. I'd start doing that now, and most of this lawsuit goes away. Awarding monetary, statutory, and or punitive damages and interest, awarding costs and expenses, including the reasonable attorney and expert fees, and other or further relief as the court deems just and proper. Alcohol tolerance varies from person to person. There's no guaranteed level of drunkenness that comes from a bottle of booze. No, that's true. One person can have 4 shots, one person can have 2. They can both wind up in the back of a cab passed out. Did the whiskey she bought have a food label? If so, it might go against it. Well, it's a damn good question. Won't putting a sticker on it now be them admitting that it's too poorly labeled? No, not necessarily. They can just say, oh, we decided to add this to the labeling. They could, personally, if I was them, I would not be changing the substance of the label by saying, oh, this is, we're going to do a complete rebranding, because that sort of might go against them. If they would do something along the lines of adding, a sticker that just says non-alcoholic or, low alcohol or, what was it, 9% or whatever the hell it is. Why would anyone buy a $1 whiskey anyway? It's a damn good question. At the moment, it's a tightrope. But, I mean, in order to prevent frivolous stuff like this in the future, I'd be suggesting that, yeah, they might as well just add something to it that says, yeah, this is not the same. I mean, hang on, where's the picture? On a bottle of Fireball, it literally says cinnamon whiskey. It's got the alcohol content directly below it, the proof by it, whiskey with natural cinnamon flavors. Then you come down to this shit, and it's literally Fireball cinnamon. Says nothing about there being alcohol content, anything like that. Yes, the bottle is reasonably similar. It really is. I'm not going to lie, because that was probably their intention, because it's part of their... I mean, look at it this way. The variations between Coke and Coke no sugar, admittedly, yes, it's got the black... Hang on, I think I've got a... I mean, look at the difference between 2 cans of Coke, between a Coca-Cola Red Classic and a Coca-Cola no sugar. The difference there being, oh, there's black lines, and it might, and I think it actually has no sugar written on the side in small writing. Did she have to show her ID to purchase it? Oh, I think she's probably over the age, honestly. 7-Eleven here in Florida has them everywhere. Had it after work and felt nothing. Oh, Daniel, maybe you should join the class action then. See if you can get part of the 5 million in punitive damages that they're looking at. Hang on, why won't that go away? Oh, there it is. So, but anyway, look, in my personal opinion, this is a very frivolous and vexatious lawsuit. Whether or not it's going to get over the line is another thing. I do think this will get certified as a class. I do think that it'll proceed. I'm hoping the judge tosses it out on its merits, frankly. But, yeah. We shall see. Anyway, who wants to talk about some sovereign citizens shit? Sovereign citizen number plate spotted in North Queensland. Oh, I'm not. A strange license plate has sparked public outrage in Queensland following a string of Aussies claiming to be sovereign citizens. The plate, which has been spotted in the northern region of the state, features the word private property, non-commercial, living woman, Terra Australia incognito. Removal of this incurs a $50,000 fine. The Reddit user who posted the image of the plate noted that the font was too small to be read from a distance and that the plate appeared to be professionally made. Many believe that the plate belongs to a sovereign citizen, well, you think? A term used to describe individuals who believe that they, not judges, juries, law enforcement, or elected officials, should decide which laws to obey and which to ignore. Sovereign citizens also typically do not believe that they should have to pay taxes and believe that maritime law should govern the land. So no brain people today. Yeah, that's basically what we're covering. Living woman, for fuck's sake. Reddit users were quick to express their disapproval of the sovereign citizen movement, with one saying, any money they're calling themselves sovereign citizens, but still have an Australian passport, state driver's license, and use their Medicare card. Oh, I guarantee they'd be using their Medicare card, but the ones that have made this news lately are definitely ones that don't have driver's licenses or are refusing to produce them, so. Another added that sovereign citizens are people who believe that they have some intrinsic right to do what they want and not pay fees, levies, or taxes, but still enjoy the benefits that they bring. Yeah. I thought you were going to talk about Darryl Brooks, other sovereign citizens in every country. They're spreading. Like, there's countries that are blaming the US for exporting sovereign citizenry. How are they eating? It's a good question. No worries, Dork. Have a good day. Evening, night. Oh, good sleep by the looks of it. Third row. It's these wackos that think the laws of Australia don't apply to them, but ignore them when our government provides services. Australia's sovereign citizen community has made headline after headline recently after a spate of unhinged incidents. There's the window that gets ripped open. Now attention's turning to the bizarre movement and what drives its members to commit such extreme acts of civil disobedience. In Coffs Harbour last week, Helen Delaney was dragged from her vehicle after refusing to recognise the authority of highway patrol officers. A similar case occurred in the Gold Coast in early December, when an unlicensed woman was eventually arrested for allegedly trapping the officers in the car window and refusing to follow directions. Well, if you're going to be stupid enough to roll the window up and trap the cop's arm, they're going to react harshly. The same month, a nearly identical incident happened in South Australia where a police sergeant was left with no choice but to smash a car window of a sovereign citizen who maintained he didn't need a licence to drive on state roads. While the sovereign citizen... If you don't want to pay the licence fee, if you don't want to pay the TAC or the NRMA fees or whatever else, you don't get to use the roads that everyone else is paid to build. I'm sorry, you just don't. Feel free to go and drive around in the bush, on state land or whatever the hell else you like. But if my money's going towards building something and you're using it, you're contributing. Fucker. While the sovereign citizen movement has existed for many years, it had a resurgence in Australia during the pandemic and subsequent lockdowns, which were among the toughest on earth. Well, no shit, of course it was going to stir shit up. Initially, anti-lockdown and sovereign citizen groups merged together through Facebook groups formed to organise COVID protests, where a range of conspiracy theories were shared widely. But in late 2020, Facebook began cracking down on COVID disinformation, and many individuals and groups were barred from the platform, instead fleeing to alternatives like Telegram. Today, there are countless sovereign citizen accounts and groups on Telegram, providing a frightening insight into members' beliefs and the state of mind. While at first the movement appears odd yet harmless, Professor Greg Barton told news.com.au that conspiracy theories tended to snowball, and at the extreme end, adherents can come to the thinking and losing life as some sort of crowning achievement instead of a failure. Professor Barton said Australia and the wider world was now past the tipping point, with more than half of counter-terrorism measures now focused on battling far-right conspiracy ideologies. Here we go. Frankly, I want to know why the stamp duty on homeowners insurance, not subsist. No, I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. That's bull fucking shit. No, stamp duty on property purchases, on on trusts in general, on pretty much everything, frankly, is pathetic. If I enter into a private transaction to sell my property to somebody else, there is no way in hell that I should be paying the government anything. That is none of their business. Did your money really go to build the roads or the people that came before? Look, I don't know. But look, somebody else built them. Yeah, I get it. I'm paying a license fee or a rent to be able to use it. I'm paying someone to rent a house. How is that any different? I don't really have an issue with paying to use roads when they're being maintained. When they're not being maintained, that's a completely fucking different thing. But anyway. Afternoon, Lord Aussie. Just got home from work. Glad you gave me something decent to watch. Yeah, you're welcome, Boots. In the UK, they call themselves freemen on the land, but it's the same stuff, common law, etc. Yeah, it's really funny when, like, the American-style sovereign citizens come over to Australia and into the UK because they try and base things on American law or the American understanding of the sovereign citizen movement, which is fucking hilarious because they talk about things that don't even remotely exist here. Really entertaining. Why are there no far left conspiracies? Oh, I think there's plenty of them. I just think that they don't get any sort of news coverage. That's all. Hey, Sean made it in. Hello. Oh, which reminds me, there are 65 of you watching. I haven't made any sort of. I don't think I've made much of a song and dance about it as of yet. But if you are one of the 13 watching over on Rumble and one of the 65 watching on YouTube, I really appreciate it if you wouldn't mind just smacking that like button. Treat it like a. I don't know. Just smash it. Smash! Smash it like a hot chick or a hot guy. Whatever you want it. Whatever appeals to you most. Just picture it. Picture that button as something that is attractive to you. Smash it. Okay. So, where was the... What was really funny is I was going through Reddit and I was looking through the Sovereign Citizen webpage, forum, thread, subreddit. And it's a subreddit all about like taking the piss out of sovereign citizens. And someone actually posted in there, and I can't tell if it was sarcasm or if they were taking the piss or whatever. Hi, thought this thread was in support of sovereign citizens. Can someone point me in the right direction? You can imagine how well that went. Hey, Flux. So, there was that. Kooky conspiracy figureheads sovereign citizen links. Videos showing sovereign citizens demanding to be treated differently or flooding the internet. Here are the people leading the movement. This ought to be good. Videos showing so-called sovereign citizens demanding to be treated differently or flooding the internet. The notion of the sovereign citizen is nothing new, having roots in the US as far back as the 1960s. Still, public cases appear to have exploded in recent weeks, the most notable of which ended with the shooting tragedy of the Queensland police officers Matthew Arnold, Rachel McCrow, and Western Downs man Alan Dare. The cop killers responsible, Gareth Train, his wife Stacey, and brother Nathaniel, are on the extreme end of the movement. But they are figureheads idolised by those who believe what they believed. One of the followers is David Onegilio, or Dave Onegs. He's a highly prolific conspiracy theorist who shot to fringe stardom with his alternate views in the COVID-19 lockdowns, vaccines, media, and government. His Telegram channel has over 61,000 subscribers. The self-reported influencer has even started a merchandise range. One shirt has the line, "Farmer funds the media funds your fears fund your disease funds farmer." So here's the annoying thing. When these idiots say something that actually makes sense, it makes me question my own sanity. In recent months, Onex has been linked to numerous public clashes between sovereign citizens and police. Onex is so prolific in the anti-police space that he once was mentioned by name in an online article penned by cop killer Gareth Train. After news that the Train family had ambushed and executed police officers, Onex wrote online, "How is everybody feeling? I feel flat and unsettled. Something feels very wrong on some level today. Please share a comment below. When war is declared, truth is the first casualty," he also shared. Onex is currently facing a legal fight over allegations he used money raised for the northern New South Wales flood victims inappropriately. He's also a friend of controversial chef Pete Evans, who's been charged with one count of each of failing to comply with lawful requirements, conducting unlawful appeals for support, and person assisting in the appeal of converting money for own use or failing to properly account for money concerning the flooding in Lismore. Classy. Magistrate Colin Strofield adjourned the matter to March 17 to set a trial date if required. One associate of Onex is former Australian Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel turned aspiring politician Ricardo Bossi. On the website of his political party, he writes, "Australia, it is time that we, the people, stop making excuses for those we hired to help our nation grow and to keep you and yours safe to better our nation as a unified organisation." Again, it really gives me the shits when these nut jobs say something that makes sense. And I have to question my sanity again. Like Matt Harris, 99% insanity, but 1% pure truth. Yeah, unfortunately. Often seen speaking at anti-vaccine and anti-government rallies, Bossi was filmed last year telling his audience, "You are sovereign." He told the crowd that some in ASIO and other bureaucrats were guilty of treason, though it wasn't made clear why. Anybody who was taken an act of treason or sedition against the Australian people will be investigated, charged, and if found guilty, punished, he told his followers. Now, the punishment, this gets a lot of popular response. For the worst case of treason, that is the death penalty. Sedition, life in prison without the possibility for parole. Any Mason who has been in the public sector of any sort is guilty of at least sedition, at worst treason. Bossi is a public figure in the scene, often seen at rallies posing for photographs with enthusiastic followers. Luke Simpson isn't far from the action regarding all things conspiracies. While maintaining a low profile on the internet for most part, Simpson is popping up in massive blow-ups with police and frequent mass demonstrations, including anti-lockdown marches in Melbourne, Sydney and Canberra. Most recently, he was a passenger of a sovereign citizen, Helen Delaney, who was dragged from her car in a dramatic arrest when she refused to follow police directions at the traffic stop, where he unleashed a foul-mouthed spray at the arresting officers. Delaney and Simpson argued that they were travelling, not driving, and that there was no longer a queen, thus they could not be arrested. Delaney is also a keen follower of Onex. During another run-in with police, filmed by police, Simpson declared that "You guys don't have any authority, I don't require your permission or to get your approval." Another example, he was arrested after refusing to give a police officer his address. "At this stage, I'm not satisfied that I'm going to be able to ensure your appearance before court, so I'll be arresting you for driving while suspended," an officer announces. In a third clip, Simpson and a group of others are protesting before a group of officers, with Mr. Simpson repeatedly taunting them with an expletive-laden rant. "You fucking pussy, you are a big pussy, coming with your capsicum spray, dead set pussy," he shouts. "Oi, big fella, sir, why don't we go down here and we sort some issue out to me and you? Take off your badge, your gun, and let's have a crack." Just lovely. "I'll smash all these smunts here. Come down here, let's have a legit fight. All of you are fucking cowards. I'll bash you one after another, shit smunts." A frequent collaborator of Delaney and Simpson is Danny Searle, a spiritual guidance counselor, tarot reader, and meditation instructor who holds some not-so-peaceful views. He often appears with Simpson and Delaney in recorded online meetings discussing all manner of conspiracies and action plans. Just days after the Queensland shooting, Searle took to Instagram to issue a concerning rant about police and government. It's a tragedy what happened to those young coppers, he told his almost 5,000 followers. However, he claimed the police were warned through his online videos. The more the government twists the screws into us, gives us the dodgy elections, gives us some dodgy judges, police working for the government, not for the people, and you're going to trigger a loony. Guess what? It happened. I told you so. Full Bogan vocab. Oh, yeah. Cash me outside. How about that? Pretty eloquent for someone getting sprayed with pepper spray. As is the case with many in the movement, he believes that the media is in cahoots with the government covering up the real story, that the Victorian election was rigged, and that we have all been injected with poison. The former New South Wales magistrate David Heilpern told news.com.au earlier this month that sovereign citizen legal arguments amounted to garbage. At its very heart, they see themselves as somehow special, and that the laws that apply to everyone else don't apply to them, because they have specialised legal knowledge that means they don't have to comply with the laws. I need a bullshit button. That's what I need. I need a bullshit button. That'll do.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
And it's utter complete garbage. Inside Australian, I want to see the videos. Where are the videos gone? I had multiple videos. I'm just going to read out about these dickheads. I want to watch a video.
I have been pulled over by the police.
Say your full name for a sec.
Can I please get your name?
And I
Have
explained
you
to
got
when
your
you
video?
pulled over? My name's Acting Sergeant Gibson. I'm from Gold Coast Highway Patrol.
Okay. Now have
Just
I?
stop talking for a second. Listen to what I'm asking you. What's your full name?
I do not consent.
You're going to be arrested shortly for failing to provide your details.
Under
You
what
are-
law?
Listen to me.
You listen to me, please.
I'm speaking to you.
Okay.
I've asked you to state your full and correct name.
Can
All
I
right?
please?
And I need to explain about your driver's licence at the moment.
Can I have a say?
No, I've asked you to explain.
Why can I
I've
not
asked you.
talk?
Listen. I've asked you to state your full
I
and correct
think you're
name.
being very
If you fail to
aggressive.
provide those details,
You're
I
being
will have
very
you arrested.
aggressive.
Do you understand?
Why?
What is your full name?
What crime have I committed? What
State
crime?
your full name. You are unlicensed at the moment.
At the moment, ma'am, you're
Excuse
obstructing
me.
police.
And you're obstructing
Excuse me.
All right.
Excuse me.
Ma'am, you're under arrest. Hop out of the car.
Turn the car off. Turn the car off now. Don't put that on me. I'll bust your window. Put the window down.
So this is
Put your
violence.
window down,
Is this
ma'am.
violence?
Put your window
Is this
down.
violence?
You are under arrest.
You're under
Under
arrest.
what law?
You're unlicensed. Put the
Do you
window
know
down
this
now.
doesn't look? I don't want to be. I don't want. You're starting to threaten me.
Put the window down.
Oh, they haven't even started to
You're
threaten you, honey.
threatening me.
You are under arrest. Open the window now.
I can't believe that the police are going to
Why
put
do
me
the
under
cops sound
arrest
like you?
for a breathalyzer. Look at
'Cause
this.
they're
Look
Aussie.
at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Violence. Violence by the police. I've done nothing wrong.
You've trapped his fucking arm in the window. Are you shitting me?
I have done nothing wrong. Let's discuss this nicely. I will come out if you.
She's a passenger, though. No, she's not. Oh, right. Guys, for anyone that's not, aware, we drive on the right side of the road, so she's in the driver's seat. Opposite side of the car. How do you feel about First Amendment auditors? Even see Audit the Auditors. I watched some of the stuff for Audit the Auditors. Not all of it do I agree with, but some of it certainly shows some stuff that needs to be brought to everyone's attention. How do they know she's unlicensed when they don't even know her name? I would say that they have probably linked the... because your driver's license is linked to the registration in your car usually. They would have already done the check. They're asking her full name to make sure that she is identified. The fact that they've probably already got her... they've probably already checked it, basically. They're just wanting her to verbally confirm that she is who they think she is. But at this point, she's just being a pain in the ass. Us Americans also that sound the same too, probably. The funny thing is you don't. Like, with the dialects, like, someone from Chicago, someone from New York, someone from the East Coast, someone from the West Coast, you sound so fucking different. It's astounding. Misspelled frauditors. Gotta love the stupidity of the sovereign movement. They believe they haven't committed a crime, but do nothing but commit crimes while not doing what the driver's license says a driver has to do.
The door, driver.
If you calm down,
Open the drawer. Open the door now.
I will open the door if you calm down. If you calm down, I'll open.
Can you grab that?
Can you feel me? Look.
Seatbelt off. Under arrest. Undo the seatbelt. Hop out of the car. Put the handbrake on.
Why can't you believe it? You've had lawful directions from police officers. Fucking hell. Tense moment, sovereign citizen is dragged out of a car by police after refusing to give her name, hand, or a license when she's pulled over as she accuses officer of violence. That's the same video. Where's the other one? That's the... Damn it, I must have closed it. Oh well, doesn't matter. Oh, here we go. Unlawful. Sovereign citizen's bizarre excuse after Coffs Harbour window smash arrest. So these are the guys that we were just talking about, that they, she should have claimed grounds. To be fair, the police were very nice. You want an Aussie accent. I mean, they didn't break a window. I would have if she had my arm in there. Well. He doesn't look like he calmed down.
Here of
Alright.
But it is.
So these are the pair that this guy and this guy.
I think.
Sorry, I'm pretty sure it's these two were the ones that were in the car the other day with the smashed window.
Just to give the guys an idea of how belligerent and how unlawful this judicial system is, as they continue to, in their eyes, with what Helen has done in terms of reconveying herself and actually detaching, cutting the umbilical cords from the system itself, so she is no longer she is now foreign to the Australian corporation.
You know what? If they want to be foreign to the Australian corporation and cut the cord and whatever else, I'm happy for them to do that. Go and live out on the bush on your own, make your own civilization, I don't care. But if you were going to be using the benefits of the Australian society, then fuck right off. It's the same as with immigration, okay? It's the same reason that I get so pissed off about this whole multicultural bullshit as well. And don't get me wrong, guys, tomorrow's Australia Day. I have a whole, probably 2 hours worth of ranting to do about the Australia Day debacle going on as well. You don't get to be part of society and take advantage of the benefits if you don't compromise and deal with the rest of it. I'm sorry, you just don't.
Right, some of you guys on here might actually not understand what that means, but this operation on this continent is nothing but a cooperation. So reconveying, Helen's now detached herself from the strawmen. She has copyrighted her names, and Helen is known now as Helen Mary, not Helen Mary Delaney in capital letters, right? And that's, I guess, just
makes a fucking
little
difference.
bit of that. So in terms of Helen being a reconveyed national, and actually registered to an original nation of Terra Australis known as the Gumbaynggirr Nation. She is signed, has live birth certificate. The crime, the incident that happened yesterday was what they had done was invoked international law, and anyone that was participant in the abduction of Helen was in violation of the Geneva Convention, Article 31.
Get fucked! Are you serious? In convention of the Geneva Convention? Oh, so you'll fucking submit to international law, but the law of the people that you live amongst? Oh no, I don't want to have to pay a license fee. I just care if someone is able to arrest me or not. Get fucked! Sorry. I really had to let that out. I really did. actually really embarrassed that I let loose like that. I'm a little bit worried that the neighbours might... Anyway. Proclaimed sovereign citizen... Oh, hang on. Got a... Rumble... sorry. Thank you for that. Dude is talking word salad, says Psychodol. I'm scared, sorry. Neighbours logged into chat too. Okay, heading back to the US for some of your sovereign citizen bullshit. Kidnapping suspect represents himself in court. A Missouri man accused of helping a woman kidnap her own children from their Stillwater foster home is representing himself as the trial proceeds. Elijah Earlbach, 31, appeared in court on Friday, where he proclaimed his innocence. Public defender Sarah Kennedy was initially provided for Earlbach for his preliminary hearing in December, but he refused to let her represent him. Judge Susan Worthington determined it was a voluntary decision, and Kennedy was removed from his counsel. Earlbach is charged with child stealing, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and obstructing an officer. During Friday's arraignment, Earlbach frequently repeated himself, interrupted proceedings with defiant behaviour, shocker, and was ultimately removed from the court and given official documentation to represent himself. On and for the record, I am innocent, he said when Judge Philip Corley asked if he had an attorney. Don't get swatted. Earlbach will reappear on February 10 at 9 a.m. Samantha Ricks, the child's mother, appeared in court moments later. She initially refused counsel in October, but she later wrote a letter to Worthington requesting counsel be appointed. Virginia Banks was chosen to represent her. In December 2021, Oklahoma Child Protection placed Rick's kids into a foster home in Stillwater after she was found to be an unfit mother for exposing her child to inappropriate sexual behaviour, according to an OCPS report. Ricks and Earlbach are accused of pulling up in a truck outside the foster home, grabbing the 6-year-old daughter while she was riding a bike, with the intention of going back for the 5-year-old son, according to a probable cause affidavit. Earlbach's truck had a sovereign citizen tag, and he presented a sovereign citizen ID, telling officers he was not allowed to be detained or arrested. The deputy, yeah, I'm so sure that works everywhere. I don't consent to your laws. You can't arrest me. It doesn't matter if I go and kill somebody. I don't bow to your laws. Fuck you. Goodbye. I'm driving away with a kid in my car. To be fair, he didn't. There was no. I'm not making any suggestion that he tried to kill somebody, but that's just. We need biostats on Hayden's screen. Just continually have a blood pressure monitor going. Just beep, and just have it show up on the screen. Next, you're going to hear me ranting and raving about how things are making the freaking frogs gay. The deputy said Earlbach and Ricks initially refused to comply with instructions. The deputy and the children's foster dad, a reserve deputy himself, said that they drew their weapons on Ricks when she refused to exit the vehicle and release the girl into their custody. Earlbach had 2 fully loaded pistol magazines on her person and a AR-15, which I recently learnt does not stand for assault rifle. Thank you very much for that, Mighty Meat. For anyone that hasn't seen that video, it's a Rumble exclusive. I do suggest you go and watch it. On gun control and whatnot. I learnt a lot, I'm not going to lie. Even with the fuzzy black background. So. Found in the truck with a loaded magazine and a bullet in the chamber, according to the affidavit. He allegedly told officers he could not give them his social security number, and he provided them with an incorrect date of birth. Ricks and Earlbach face up to 21 years in prison if convicted on all charges. Believing the common law but not legislation, they see legislation as an act of parliament, and as such requires consent, hence the magic words. which makes no fucking sense because the basis of common law starts with the courts interpreting legislation anyway. Like, their understanding of what the common law actually is and how it trickles down is so skewed and ridiculous that it's not funny. Yes, I understand that they say, oh, it's judge-made law, it's precedent, it's court cases, it's whatever the fuck else. Why is that any different? It's the same amount of inherent... They're still saying that they don't submit to the judiciary anyway, so why would they submit to the common law? More to the point, why do they submit to maritime law? None of it makes any fucking sense! What did I miss? Can you start from the beginning? Oh, probably not. Probably not good for my blood pressure if we do that. Has anyone else had live chat magically switch to chop chat? No. No frog judgment allowed. Oh, hell no. Common law to them means anything that means I don't have to be responsible for my own actions. Mm-hmm. Because the ocean, Hayden. Duh. Well, fine, let's drop them in the middle of the ocean. See how long they last. Psycho Doll over on Rumble. All subsits need to be tased. Oh, good God. It's the biggest joke of all. They choose which laws they want. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Japanese court orders government to pay damages over forced sterilisation. The Japanese government was ordered on Monday to pay damages to 2 people over forced sterilisation under a now-defunct eugenics protection law in the first such ruling by a district court. The Kumamoto District Court found the 1948 law unconstitutional and awarded a total 22 million yen, or $170,000, in compensation to the plaintiffs, Kazumi Watanabe and a 76-year-old woman. It is the third case in which such damages have been awarded after 2 high courts overturned lower court decisions. To remove a person's reproductive function is an extreme human rights violation, said the presiding judge. It infringes on the right to pursue happiness. Glitterfart supports all use of tasers. Careful, you'll have the BLM people coming after you. Dinner is made, kids are happy. Lovely! The surgeries that occurred under the now-defunct law cannot be accepted as legitimate or logical. According to the complaint, Watanabe was diagnosed with osteoarthritis as a child and was forced to have his testicles removed without his consent. Meanwhile, the woman had an abortion and had her fallopian tubes tied to prevent future pregnancy when she was in her 20s, after a doctor told her that the fetus may have a disability. The court ruled that a statute of limitations of 20 years for an unlawful act under the Civil Code did not apply in the case, as victims had been unable to file lawsuits over an extended period of time amid the lack of an investigation by the government into the surgeries. Similar lawsuits have been filed with 10 courts and branches across Japan, with the Tokyo High Court and Osaka High Court ordering the state to pay damages. Although 7 district courts dismissed compensation, 5 of those ruled the defunct eugenics law unconstitutional. Between 1948 and 1996, the eugenics protection law authorised the sterilisation of people with intellectual disabilities, mental illnesses, or hereditary disorders. About 25,000 people were sterilised according to the government data. A law took effect in 2019 to pay 3.2 million yen in state compensation to each person who underwent forced sterilisation, but the measure has received criticism over the uniform amount. But like it was life-saving, right? I don't believe so. In this instance, a kid had his testicles removed because of osteoarthritis. I'm not sure how that would be life-saving. And having your fallopian tubes tied because you have an abortion with a fetus that may have had an illness, I wouldn't class that as life-saving. Going to see a slew of these suits for the amount of transing that's going on. Why are they doing forced sterilisation? Look, this does lead me down a path of a debate that I once had in law school. And that was basically, do people that know that they have genetic disorders have a responsibility not to pass that on to the next generation? that became a very fucking heated debate. Because even when you take things like religion out of the equation, the duty to procreate or whatever else, you didn't know I was a sticker. Yeah, no, that was passed on to me last night, and yeah, that's officially the what the fuck face. Eugenics is yeah. Don't play God. Eugenics is a heavy topic. Well, it's because it came down to, I mean, look, there's a difference between state-enforced eugenics and a personal decision not to pass on a deadly disease. I mean, if we learnt tomorrow that a certain type of cancer was passed on genetically, and there was like a 99% chance of it passing on to the next generation, how would people look at the people that were deciding, no, I want to pass that on? My right to have children overrules their right, that child's right to have a life without cancer, or to have or for the betterment of society to try and snuff it out. I mean, yeah, it was a very heavy topic, and it was a very heavy debate. People can't be trusted with their own PPs, they need regulating now. If they're doing it, knowing what they're doing and why, that's one thing, but doing it while lying to them, that's a big no. Yeah. But you never know if you're going to end up passing your disability to your kids. No, look, and that factors into it as well. It's more in the case of where you know that you're going, okay, look, let's talk about the big one, okay? Things like hepatitis or HIV virus, or the one that we all technically have but never really makes a difference, the herpes virus. Like 99% of humanity will hang on, I want to make sure I get this right. Hang on. What percentage of humans have the herpes virus? Oh, I'm glad I checked that. Genital herpes infection is common in the United States. The CDC estimates there were 572,000 new genital herpes infections in the United States in a single year. Nationwide, 11.9% of people aged 14 to 49 have the HSV2 infection when adjusted for age. Globally, the population, 67% of the population has the herpes virus. Now, you can pretty much guarantee you're going to pass that on at some stage. Do 90% of adults have herpes? 50 to 80% of US adults have oral herpes. According to National Health Institute, about 90% of adults have been exposed to the virus by age 50. Now, if it's something that's guaranteed to be passed on, would we all of a sudden wipe out 90% of the US population to make sure say the herpes virus mutated and it became, like, ridiculously invasive. Like, not necessarily fatal, but say it caused you to grow enormous growths on your face, say that it made it so that you couldn't move, you were in constant pain, whatever else. Would you all of a sudden, would that be worth making 90% of the US population no longer able to have kids? Like, it's a pretty fucking messed up debate, really. The phage, pharma would find a drug. Yes, but given everything that's happened with vaccines and shit, would you trust pharma with it? Eugenics is fine, just not taken far enough. I have a disability that didn't show itself until 3 years ago. Now my daughter has a 60% chance that she will get it, and my son has a 35% chance. Shit, sorry to hear that. Several genetic condition probabilities are known and can be checked for. True. Isn't herpes a virus? Yes, herpes is generally caused by... Yeah, well, I mean, it is a virus. You got your HSV1 and HSV2 viruses. As far as I'm aware, no, there is not a cure. Herpes comes in many forms, usually on 2 legs. I have the big C in my genetics pool. I was tested at birth since both my parents have died of the big C. Most of my relatives have died of some type of big C. Shit. Okay, well, Janina, like, without trying to get too personal, have you had children? And did it or will it ever, do you think, weigh in your mind as to whether or not it's worth passing that potentiality onto your children? Like that's the debate that they're arguing over, basically. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want you to answer that. That was ridiculously personal, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Juvenile diabetes is genetic, so is juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. Glitter fart over on Rumble. Taser, pew, 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 zap, zap, zap. Just sent me a Twitter article. Oh, good, they fixed the radiator. I'm very happy for you, Val. Hang on, so there's an article on Twitter that you think I should look at? Hang on. So my Down syndrome highly functioning child should have been eliminated via what is now an illegal abortion unless the state does it is okay, and I should be serialized. That's the arguments. How would you feel about that? I mean, obviously, I don't believe that any child should be. Problem with the debate is they're actively looking for ways to convince people not to do one thing in life that you have to do as an organism. Where's that? Twitter message. What the fuck? Malia, thank you very much for that one. Digger, I haven't seen yours yet, but I will in a second. But that's hilarious. We're covering that. Oh, there it is, Digger. What the hell is that about? What? Digger, is that legitimate? I don't even know how much of this I can read. They knew. Why didn't the unvaccinated do more to warn us? This stream's getting yeeted. The unumbrella. What do I say here? I don't want to use the term pure blood because I fucking hate that. Reminds me of Harry Potter. Those not using umbrellas knew what we didn't. Some of them said too little. Most said nothing at all. A lot of blood is now on their hands. Wow. As the world struggles to come to terms with the devastating effects of the bug, one question that continues to surface is why the unumbrelled don't do more to warn us about the potential dangers of being injected. I'm going to rage quit. I'm actually going to rage quit. While well-intending citizens lined up, did the right thing and received their umbrellas, now seeming to do more harm than good, their unumbrelled friends stood by and let them do it. What the... No, if you went and got an umbrella, you made a choice. I personally made a choice. I went and made that choice because even if it was the wrong one, I was doing something. If it takes my own life, so be it. I don't care. At the time, I did it for my family. I did it for my little girl, who was way too young to have even remotely contracted anything close to that. Our blood is now on their hands. Holy fucking shit. There always has to be a villain, apparently. Those are strong words, but the unumbrelled had access to important information about the potential side effects. How? Yeah, I can't. I genuinely can't. Widow claims to have spotted dead husband in an Indian restaurant on her Facebook page. A woman who says her husband died 9 years ago claims to have made a shock discovery in a restaurant's Facebook photo. The Spice Cottage in West Sussex was trying to promote itself by sharing fresh footage on social media of smiling customers enjoying its Indian cuisine. But things took an odd turn when a woman commented and claimed she'd spotted her dead husband and his son in the clip. Whoever suggested publishing date on that article, it's June 2023, I think it's a troll. Oh, you got better eyes than I do, because I couldn't see that. Trying to divide us further, that's exactly all that is. Husband did it for me now, problem with his arm, love him for it, but don't understand why he didn't listen to me because I work in healthcare industry and spoke to patients myself. Can anyone say demonetized? I don't even bother with the monetization at this point, guys. Seriously, I don't get any money for you guys watching these shows anymore. So if you want to show your support, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Stripe, PayPal. Seriously, it's the only way that I get it anymore, because I don't even bother turning on the monetization, because I've had a few videos reported, I've had a few things age restricted, and it's not fucking worth it to me anymore, which is really fucking annoying. Get that about doing everything for your baby girl. My son is the reason I do everything too. Case of dad fakes a death to get away. Gonna myrtle. Fair enough. Things took a turn when one woman commented and claimed she spotted her dead husband and son in the clip. She asked how long ago the video was filmed, as she said her beloved partner died 9 years ago. That was when the Chichester Curry House chillingly told her the clip had been snapped only a week prior. I call bullshit. The restaurant had posted the promo footage on Facebook last week and captioned it, "New Year, New Mood." The post reads, "For the last few weeks we've been working hard to make our dining experience even more memorable. Join us for a perfect blend of exquisite flavours with classic and unique dishes." I call bullshit. I reckon the footage was taken a long time ago and they didn't want to admit it because they would have been caught out. My husband and his son are in the first shot. He died in 2014. The restaurant was quick to reply, "Hi Lucy, sorry to hear this. The footage was recorded last week." Facebook users flooded the post with more than 100 comments swapping theories. "We need an update. Was his body ever found or just a canoe?" Referencing the story of John Darwin who faked his death for a life insurance scam. in an apparent canoeing accident in 2002. He wasn't dead, he was just in a coma. To which another commented, "Curry's so good this lady's late husband came back to life for it." All you Nan believers think this lady is lying. Don't think a $5 donation to get a ticket is so bad. I mean, I used to pay $8 to go to the comedy club on Thursdays. I miss the club. Oh, thank you so much for that, Flux. Oh yeah, I should probably close the poll. Thank you, Val. Malia Carr, thank you for your $7.99 super chat. I very much appreciate that. Thanks, Hayden. You're very welcome. One person pointed out the spooky coincidence the footage was filmed on Friday the 13th. Despite people begging for an update on the situation, the woman who was originally said she spotted a late husband is yet to respond to the comments. I'm shocked. Why would you? Oh, okay. Ready for some woke bullshit? Apparently, you're no longer allowed to say the word mummy when talking about remains of a dead person that has been mummified. Oh, it's only 22 seconds. I'm not going to care about that. They're among the most popular exhibits in the world.
Egyptian scientists have unwrapped a 3,500-year-old royal
mummy.
mummy without peeling away any of a single layer of embalming linen. Instead, they used advanced X-ray technology and CT scanning to catch a glimpse of King Amenhotep's mummified body. For someone who lived thousands of years ago, he has strikingly good teeth.
It does.
Who the fuck cares about his teeth? I want the gold. Oh yeah, it's like $5 million to you in your land. Go buy yourself a Lambo champ. I wish it was. No, look, I think I worked it out, guys. What I'm aiming for, and without trying to sound like greedy or like too grifting or anything like that, I think it works out that if I get $75 worth of super chats per day, which does sound like a lot, I'm near enough to minimum wage here in Australia. By the time the conversion's done from US to Australian. So, by all means, guys, throw it at me. Fuck these fucking fuckers. This fucking fucker is fucked. What do we call them? Mums? I don't know. Mummified person, apparently. They're amongst the most popular exhibits in the museums worldwide, so the name resonates. Blockbuster films have been built on it, but some museums in Britain are now using words other than mummy to describe their displays of ancient Egyptian human remains. Instead, they're starting to adopt terms such as mummified person, or to use the individual's name to emphasize that they were once a living person. Using different language to describe these human remains can also distance them from the depiction of mummies in popular culture, which has tended to undermine their humanity through legends about the mummy's curse and by portraying them as supernatural monsters, says Joe Anderson, Assistant Keeper of Archaeology at the Great North Museum in Hancock in Newcastle, North East England. And they wrote that in a blog posted in May 2021 that outlined their museum's language change. Why are we talking about this 2 years later? Oh, I know. Because it's all woke fucking bullshit! That's what I'm going to clip. I'm going to clip me saying bullshit like that. Wrapped deceased. Well, you don't want to put them under a Christmas tree, do you? Buy yourself something nice, maybe a Foster's. Nope. Call it an old wrapped carcass. Court papers in the mail. Maybe for the month of December you can get $80 a day for your Christmas bonus. No, look, I'm not going to lie. You guys were extraordinarily generous in December. Thank you very much for that. I hugely appreciate it. Like, I receive it like the next month later, so I only recently got paid for it. But given what I racked up for Christmas, knowing what was coming, made things pretty special, and I just want to say thank you to everybody for that. Have a measly $2 for your local currency. Thank you, BL. Wait, I'll have to ask my mummy. Don't hurt the fossil's feelings. I say ma'am in Newcastle, so there. Don't think it's woke. They changed their language, not policing other people's language. Oh, we're getting there. Don't worry, we're getting there. Although the field has been looking for the most appropriate way of displaying human remains for about 30 years, in terms of using the word mummy, I think it's been more recent, said Daniel Antoine, keeper of the Department of Egypt and Sudan at the London's British Museum, when they said it to CNN. We have human remains from around the world, and we may vary the terminology we use depending on how they've been preserved. We have natural mummies from the pre-dynastic Egypt, so we'll refer to them as natural mummies because they haven't been artificially mummified. Shocked that no one said mummy milkers yet.
Mommy milkers.
There you go, Glitterfoot. Using the term mummified remains can encourage visitors to think of the individual who once lived, the museum's told CNN. Initial findings for visitor research in the Great North Museum, Hancock's display of mummified Egyptian woman known as Utiru, found that many visitors did not recognize that she was a real person. The trans living. What I prefer, super chats or memberships? Honestly, Rabbit, I really appreciate when people give out the memberships, and it does allow people to use the what do you call it? The emojis and that sort of thing. And guys, you got to understand as well, when Rabbit gives those out, each one of those is $5. So each membership is a $5 super chat to me. So in the grand scheme of things, I'm probably happier if people get memberships. But you know, if people are receiving memberships, you know, if you're enjoying the content, if you enjoy what I'm giving out and the community, please consider whether or not you actually want to be the ones to renew it yourself and actually sign up. Because I did notice like 86 memberships disappeared because we got to the start of the month. So, you know, just food for thought, people. Went to the museum in Gaza, Egypt in the 90s, and the Egyptian guide called the mummies. Well, there you go. Germany, a bunch of countries are sending tanks to Ukraine. Oh, shit. Comes from the Arabic mummiya. Really? There's a cartoon show called The Mummies, that is true too. I'm not putting that one up, Marty. No, I hugely appreciate that, Rabbit. I really do. Hey, how you doing, Rita? What part of England doesn't know what a mummy is, for fuck's sake? Well, apparently Newcastle. Lenin's body's on display in Russia. Is it still, though? I know it was at one point. By displaying her more sensitively, Goldwater added, we hope our visitors will see her remains for what they are, not an object of curiosity, but a real human who was once alive and had a very specific belief about how her body should be treated after death. Oh, I'm worth supporting. Thank you, Daniel. What was I going to say? So, does that mean that we should be digging up coffins and just putting them on display? Just curious. A lot of documentaries that are now offensive to some. Yeah, and see, here's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, you can't whitewash history. I don't care if documentaries were offensive in the past. I don't care if what happened in the past was offensive to you. You can't fucking bury it. The history of the planet, of the human race, cannot be buried. Otherwise, we are doomed to repeat mistakes that we've made in the past. It's just, it's not okay. Well said, my thoughts exactly. Thank you. Like I said, don't hurt its feelings. A recent display uses the term mummified remains of, including the name of the person who has been mummified to emphasise that their remains are people who once lived. Meanwhile, a spokesperson for the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh told CNN that the term mummy is modern rather than ancient, and that it is used more of as a descriptive adjective for objects. The term mummy mask, mummy case, mummy bandage are all used on our labels. Like many museums, important aspects of our collections and the way we display them have been shaped by imperial and colonial thinking, and actions that were based on racial and racist understandings of the world. In response, we were reflecting on how we represent imperial and colonial past to our audiences. No! Lay it all out bare for the entire world to see, and remember, even if you're going to be woke about this bullshit, if you hide it, all it makes you look like is disingenuous. I'm offended that they are offended. You can bury it. People dig it up, though, as per the article. All the mummies were people at one point. Why is it offensive to be fascinated with a corpse that's been preserved by mummification with a naturally or by way process of the processing the body? Oh, yeah, apparently. And now it's full work. Yep. Did the mummies give their pronouns before they died? For example, the spokesperson said the museum is altering a panel accompanying a mummified man to focus on how ancient Egypt was co-opted into the idea of Western civilization, disconnecting Egypt's ancient heritage from modern Egypt. The panel previously described how British colonial officer Sir Colin Scott Moncrieff brought the remains back after working on a dam building project on the Nile. So, thought it was because in England, mummy is a female word. Well, I mean, it is here too. I'm not actually sure where else aside from America where you guys spell mum or mummy with an O instead of a U. Like, it's the spelling of jail as well is interesting, but I'm digressing. We're all just stardust. That's a damn good way of looking at it. Look at it this way. We all came into this world naked and screaming. There's a good chance it's the way we're going out as well. Mummy never thought. No one ever thought a mummy was wrong until now. They're freaks. Are these corpse whisperers, or were they told by them they don't identify as mummies but as dead people? Sounds like an anti-British thing. Going out the same way I came in, kicking and screaming, covered in someone else's blood. Shame these people don't understand the thing they're purporting to be protecting. The worst thing for ancient Egypt was to be forgotten. It's to die a second death. Mm-hmm. Okay. I hope you're all ready for this particular headline, because this one's a little bit out there. Woman lights firecracker in a restaurant, steals a cab, drags driver behind a car, according to police. A cab driver was dragged about 10 metres after being carjacked in Osborne Village early on Sunday. A 31-year-old woman is charged with several offences after Winnipeg police say she set off a firecracker inside a crowded restaurant, stole a pizza, then carjacked a taxi and dragged along the driver. Was it near the McDonald's? Officers were called at around 3 a.m. to River Avenue and Osborne Street in the Osborne Village area about the stolen cab, apparently. They didn't really care about the stolen pizza. That's where they found the 54-year-old taxi driver suffering from upper body injuries. They were told a woman had attempted to get a ride from him, but she was asked to get out after becoming belligerent, police say. When the driver stepped out of the vehicle, the woman got into the driver's seat and drove away, dragging the cab driver approximately 10 metres. He was taken to hospital in a stable condition. Meanwhile, other officers spotted the stolen cab being driven in the area of Yonge Street and Ellis Avenue in the city's West End. They followed the cab until it became stuck in a snowbank in Balmoral Street back lane. The woman driving the stolen cab ran but was quickly caught and arrested, presumably after slipping and running on the spot on the ice for a significant period of time. Only in Australia are the women and spiders scary beasts. This is Canada. Got 5 things off her bucket list in one go. Nice. Woman can't drive, gets stuck in snow. But is she hot? We have no idea. Well, she's 31. So it's sort of like you got to flip. You got to. It's a coin toss on that one, whether or not she's attractive or not. There were no injuries reported in the restaurant robbery. She demanded food at the restaurant, holding a firecracker as a threat. When she was denied, she lit the firecracker inside the restaurant and ran off with a pizza. Now YouTube's showing me videos of how whiskey is made, how bourbon is made. What the hell? 31. I'm going to imagine she's hot, but too crazy to marry. Yeah, look, if we go on the hot crazy scale, I'm going to say she's probably about here, I'd say. If you got to steal a pizza, that you ain't that hot. No, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, about there on the hot crazy scale would be my opinion. Maybe Hayden needs a new segment, The Hunger Games. Oh, shit. Okay, now for the update on the Musk case. Musk tells court Saudis unequivocally backed the plan to take Tesla private. This will be interesting. Elon Musk continued his testimony in the trial, accusing him of defrauding investors by driving up the price of Tesla stock with his tweets on Monday, saying that he understood the Saudi finances were unequivocally behind his plan to take the electronic car maker private in 2018. Hence why, in his belief, the use of the phrase funding secured would not have been misleading or deceptive. The Tesla CEO's tweet suggesting that he had funding secured to buy up Tesla stock at $4.20 a share are the center point of the trial, now in its 5th day in the San Francisco federal court. The trial tests Musk's penchant for using Twitter to air his somewhat irreverent views, and when the world's second richest person can be held liable for crossing a line. At stake are millions of dollars for shareholders who claim they suffered losses after Musk tweeted in August 2018 that investor support is confirmed for the deal. The cartoon drawing of him. Tesla stock surged after Musk's tweets and later fell as it became clear that the buyout would not happen. Yes, but the investors that are complaining are mostly the short sellers because they lost a shitload of money when the price went up and then never went back down to the same level that it was when it started. Speaking in a soft, halting tone on Monday, Musk said he'd been losing sleep during the trial, saying he's had trouble sleeping last night and unfortunately I'm not at my best. Shocker. Testified that he had a meeting with investors from Saudi Arabia's public investment fund on the 31st of July 2018 and believed that they would back the buyout plan, which would have been a $72 million deal. Musk said he believed that he could use his ownership of SpaceX to help bolster the deal. Musk said that Yasser Al-Rumayyan, governor of the fund, later backpedaled on the commitment to take Tesla private. But was that before or after the tweet? Because that's really an important thing here. Because if he tweeted out his own opinion based on facts that he understood at the time, then he hasn't committed any sort of crime. Had trouble sleeping because he was having a 4-hour threesome. Oh, God. I was very upset because he had been unequivocal in his support for taking Tesla private when we met, and now he appeared to be backpedaling. Attorneys for Al-Rumayyan did not return a request for comment to Reuters. He added that it was important for jurors to know that he felt that funding was secured due to his ownership of SpaceX stock alone. Actually, that's a good point that I didn't consider when all this happened, because I keep talking about the monetary fund. If he had the ability to liquidate stock from other companies, he technically had secured funding anyway. And that eliminates the tweet irrespective. Because it wasn't until like the 22nd or the 23rd where where he changed his mind during that board meeting because something else happened. But I'm not sure if the funding falling through was an explicit reason. I mean, the whole point of the tweet was he was saying considering taking it private, funding secured. Okay, fine. Conditional statement, he's considering taking it private. And if he's able to liquidate the SpaceX stock, then he already had this funding secured irrespective. I mean, how much would his... I mean, I'm sure that our friend at Michigan Space Technologies may have looked into this at some point in the past. What is his SpaceX stock worth? Surely it'd be more than 72 million. He said it was down to the shareholders' vote. Yes, but that was in the subsequent tweet. Must have been very busy roaming the earth slinging his baby batter. When you invest in something, you're taking a risk. There is no guarantee you're taking a gamble. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. The way they're claiming damages, they don't actually involve his actions at all. Only the sellers of the stock, but the case is only evidence of his actions. Mm-hmm. He said when he sent the tweet announcing the deal, he was saying not that it will happen, but that I'm thinking about it, and that funding was secured in his opinion. Exactly. That's what I rant and raved about the other day. It is the first tweet is most definitely a conditional thing. Whether that had an effect on the stock is sort of irrelevant. A jury of 9 will decide whether Musk artificially inflated Tesla's share price by touting the buyout's prospect, and if so, by how much. The tweet has already resulted in a $40 million settlement with security regulators. Yes, because, of course, the security regulators are going to find that the tweets were manipulative because, $40 million settlement going straight to the government. You fucking kidding me? In Monday's questioning, Nicholas Prorit, a lawyer representing Tesla shareholders, alluded to Musk's previous use of marijuana, asking if Musk had chosen the 420 proposed share price as an allusion to the slang term for marijuana, 420. How the fuck does that matter? I mean, I don't know. What are drugs like? What is the opinion in drugs? Can't talk. What is the reputation of drug use in San Francisco? I mean, would the fact that it related to 420 be anything that would sway the jury? One of his reserve blocks is worth around 40 billion. Yeah, I kind of feel like the 72 million to hang on, was it only 72 million for him to take Tesla private? Surely Tesla's worth more than 72 million. As a Canadian, I believe I say leave weed alone. Okay. Parrott asked if he went with the 420 because it was a joke that your girlfriend enjoys. Musk replied he thinks that there was some karma around the number 420, which is also a slang reference to marijuana, although he added he didn't know if it was good karma or bad karma at this point. He then said the number was a coincidence and it represented a 20% premium of Tesla's share price at the time. After it became apparent that the money... Okay, you're backpedaling a little there. San Fran is the 420 capital of the US? Well, that's sort of what I was thinking. His use of MJ didn't stop the shareholders from buying the shares, though. That's true. Worth more, but he only needs that much more to hold majority to take it private. Ah, that makes sense. After it became apparent that the money wasn't in place to take Tesla private, Musk stepped down as Tesla's chairman or remaining CEO as part of the SEC Commission, the Stock Exchange Commission settlement, without acknowledging any wrongdoing. The case may give a rare view into the inner workings of Tesla and its famous billionaire CEO. It's extremely uncommon for securities fraud cases to go before juries, as usually they're settled out of court. By going to trial and putting the flamboyant, outspoken, often brash Musk on the stand, Tesla's attorneys are taking some bold risks, legal experts have said. Elon Musk is famously unpredictable, said Law Professor Stavros Gadinis, director of the UC Berkeley's Center for Law and Business. He also has a hot temper. He might say things that do not toe the line with the main arguments his attorneys are trying to make. He said that he believed Musk's lawyers will face an uphill battle in defending his tweets because there are numerous inconsistencies in his story. Yeah, not gonna lie, that doesn't help. For instance, he pointed to Musk's testimony on Friday that he believed the tweets were the most democratic way to communicate with Tesla's followers, and the CEO's earlier statements he was trying to protect shareholders by communicating directly. Yet he said that this seemed inconsistent with Musk's statement in court that he didn't believe the people necessarily acted on his tweets. Okay, well, whether or not he communicates with them directly that way and whether or not they act on it, that's... what? Was it 420 billion? No. As in, each share was going to be valued at $420 individually. The idea about protecting investors doesn't make sense. The most convincing theory, and this is what he has to argue against, is that he saw the share price going down and he was not happy with it, decided to take the issue into his own hands. But that's not how the CEOs are supposed to respond. That's why no other CEO is on Twitter all the time. Yeah, sorry about that. She's out the back and she's cranky about something. Okay. Aussie teacher Mark Civarella allegedly poisoned and fed to crocs. The family of an Australian teacher who was allegedly poisoned and fed to crocodiles in the Congo are absolutely devastated, saying it's too painful to even think of the horrific circumstances in which he died. Mark died 35 minutes after unknowingly drinking poison in his Congo unit, as his lover allegedly watched on and said nothing. His body was later tossed into crocodile-infested waters. Mr. Civarella had been working in the African nation for 6 years as a teacher at an American school when his family could no longer reach him on October 26, and he was reported missing. If it was a crash or an illness, it would be easy to come to terms with, but the fact that they allegedly killed him and fed him to crocodiles in the sea is killing us, said Mark's brother. It's too painful to imagine his last moments. We were absolutely devastated. His flatmate and lover, Clement Bebeka, has been charged with assassination after allegedly confessing to the killing and will face trial in Brazzaville in March. Mr. Bebeka detailed Mr. Ciavarella's final moments in an alleged video confession, revealing that Mr. Bebeka feared that Mr. Ciavarella's plans to return to Australia would leave him destitute. So you're gonna kill him? Like, firstly, it's a move, but how is that going to stop you from being destitute? You're not going to be able to profit from his death. I lived with Mark since 2016. He was a teacher here for some time. He called me to say he was going back to Australia because his American contract with the school had ended, and he was going to teach at the French Institute, Mr. Bebeka allegedly said during the interview. I came to Brazzaville to the apartment, saw him with a friend. I didn't know if they were together, but he said Mark was going to leave the country and leave us with nothing, and said we needed something to benefit. He said he had a solution. He's going to have tons of BFs in jail. Either that, or he won't make it past the end of the week. I mean, this is South Africa as well, for example. Did the croc die of his poisoning too after eating him? We'll never know. Carol's taking notes on what to do if her husband pops back up. Drop the soap. Who dropped the soap? Who dropped the soap? Mr. Bebeka confessed that the friend allegedly poured poison into Mr. Ciavarella's glass on the table, and while he went to the bathroom, which he drank upon his return. It happened in front of me, he reportedly said. No, I didn't intervene. The friend told me we needed to get his money and his bank cards. He didn't have money on him, but he did have his bank card. After he drank the poison, he fell asleep, and about 35 minutes later, he was dead. After the alleged poisoning in their flat, Mr. Bebeka, his friend, and a third man, a driver, allegedly disposed of the body in the crocodile-infested Congo River. We put the body in the car and threw it in the water, he allegedly told the police in a video confession. The body was folded in a bedsheet. I then went to the police station to tell them Mr. Mark had disappeared. Originally from Leeton in regional New South Wales, Ciavarella first worked as an English and music teacher at the American International School in the Congo before taking up a job with the French Consular School. We told him to come home sooner, but he was worried he was a guarantor for a loan for me, but it was a fraudulent scheme, and he was ripped off and lost his house and thousands of dollars and was being chased for money, his brother Darren said. He knew it was a dangerous spot, but he was very passionate about teaching the kids over there and helping out. He had the biggest heart. I got a phone call to say that they had a confession from two men, and I was assured that they'd got the guys. The fact that they haven't found the body and probably never will makes it harder for us in so many ways. To come to terms with his death, to get a death certificate so we can tie up his affairs, we'll never be able to bring him home. It's gut-wrenching what's happened to Mark. I spoke to him the day before he disappeared. He was in a good space, excited about coming back to his life in Australia. Last month, his family received a video showing the face of an unknown African man. Okay. Random. All right, I'm going to finish out with this because we're already... Yep, okay. The 3 cases that could break the internet. There are 3 cases now before the US Supreme Court that have the potential to reshape the internet and a handful of mega tech platforms that dominate social media. On Monday, the court asked the Biden administration for an opinion on whether laws enacted by Florida and Texas that would prevent big social media companies from removing posts on their platform because of the views they express are constitutional. Next month, the court will start hearing a case brought by the family of Naomi Gonzalez, an American who was the victim of the 2015 ISIS terror attacks in Paris, which left 130 dead and hundreds wounded, arguing that recommendation algorithms used by Google's YouTube video hosting service had helped ISIS recruit members. By recommending content, the family argue YouTube had gone beyond providing a platform for videos and should be held accountable for the effects of its recommendations. The Texas and Florida cases bear on a broader issue. They center on the rights of the platforms to moderate content and decide who has access to their platforms. The 2 conservative states enacted similar, but albeit slightly different laws after Twitter and Facebook booted Donald Trump and other conservatives and extremists from their platforms after the January 6 attack on the Capitol buildings. The Texas law prohibits the platforms from censoring speech based on the viewpoint of another user or person, while the Florida law broadly restricts them from censoring or deplatforming users subject to some conditions. At the center of all these cases is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, enacted in 1996 when social media was in its infancy. The section, often described as the 26 words that created the internet, says that no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as a publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Every social media site helped terrorist organizations recruit members. I can only imagine what's going on in the back chat rooms of things like Mastodon and Telegram and hell, even WhatsApp. Like, seriously. Effectively, it absolved digital platforms from liability for the content posted by their users as long as they aren't aware of any crime being committed, and if any regulations... Oh. Sorry. Received a PayPal donation. Thank you so much. Hang on. Good, because usually the emails come in after the show, and sometimes I don't get the chance to see them beforehand. Rant away, Hayden. Thank you. Oh, shit. Hang on. What time is it? Because I am not getting in the way of Rittenhouse. Are you kidding me? I want to be watching that. Oh, it's not till 11 p.m. Okay, 11 p.m. Central. I thought he was doing it earlier tonight. I thought Kyle had a bedtime. Okay, where was I? The Texas and Florida cases have been supported by Republicans who believe the largely Silicon Valley-based companies are censoring conservative viewpoints and characterize their actions after January 6, when Twitter and Facebook were in the spotlight for their perceived role in facilitating and inciting and organizing of the insurgency as an assault on free speech. Ironically, the Democrats would also like to rewrite Section 230, albeit they want more moderation of the content and want the law to force the removal of hate speech, extremism, and politically inspired falsehoods. They want more censorship, not less. What time zone am I? Oh shit. Plus 10? I don't know what the fuck you actually call it. I just call it, it's just Sydney time for me, because apparently Sydney's the only thing that cares. It's currently 10:45 in the morning. Whilst the Supreme Court probably doesn't want to deliberate on the Texas and Florida cases until later this year, assuming it does ultimately decide to hear the 2 challenges to the state laws, its decisions have the potential to remake the internet, and it wouldn't be the only big social media platform. It wouldn't only be the big social media platforms affected. The platform's global reach means that any decisions made by the US Supreme Court could also have far-reaching implications for societies, politics, and economies well beyond America's borders. Yes, Rittenhouse is on Nix tonight, which is going to be interesting, given the number of I'm glad that he's going on there, because the number of places that have cancelled like speaking events and that sort of thing in the last, I just keep seeing them pop up on Twitter. This place is cancelled because Rittenhouse is there. This place, and apparently it doesn't meet with their personal values or some shit like that. It's like, what the fuck? Using personal values and that bullshit. Which also leads me on to part of my Australia Day rant tomorrow. But we'll get there. And there are a host of sites and digital businesses, big and small, that are powered and generate their value from user content, interactions, and recommendations. They could all be impacted. Section 230 has enabled speech to be freer in the digital environment than it has in terrestrial activity, where all sorts of laws impose liabilities on what people say and write, make publishers and broadcasters liable for the content that they carry. If digital platforms had to monitor and moderate all of their platforms, if they lost the discretions that they have to self-regulate or not, they might well be rendered uneconomic. Equally, if they were broadly unable to moderate the content or decide who has access to the platforms, that could jeopardize their social licenses with similar economic effects. Rittenhouse needs to move to Australia? Why? Rackets is good people, so are you, Hayden. Oh, thank you, Boots. I appreciate that. Really don't want to miss your rants tomorrow. Start 8 a.m. Queensland. 8:15. I'll start. Oh, actually, no. Maybe I'll do it because the Munchkin won't be going to daycare tomorrow. So, look, it'll be either 8 or 8:15, and we'll go from there. Key talking points. Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras Parade was allowed to go ahead. Australia Day Parade has been cancelled because they don't want to offend. We've still got the voice to Parliament. We've got the fact that I personally experienced anti-Australia Day bullshit yesterday. I went to my local store because Kmart isn't providing any sort of like Australia Day memorabilia for all sorts of things. So I went to Safeway because I knew that they would always have some. It was already reduced to clear because apparently it's not a good idea to have that on display, so they wanted to get rid of it as quickly as possible, in my opinion. But then when I went to the checkout and put all the stuff on the counter, boy, did I cop some flack. I was not impressed. You still have Kmart? Yeah, we still have Kmart. Not for sure. Not sure specifically for how long though. Australia wouldn't deliberately hurt Rittenhouse by cancelling everything connected to him as the US is doing. Quite possibly. Feel like going out today and buying a whole heap of Oz Day stuff. Paying attention to Twitter, Google abuses its monopoly power, DOJ said. I haven't specifically got it open. Oh wait, yes I do. I just haven't actually refreshed it. Because the last thing I've got is something about 4 decades later, a lawyer is still being... key takeaway from Musk's 5th day in trial. The DOJ and 8 states filed a lawsuit against Alphabet-owned Google, calling for a breakup of the firm's ad technology business and alleging it's engaged in monopolistic practices. Oh, well, that wouldn't fucking shock me, honestly. Do we know when the... Hang on, because I saw something about Alphabet being sued, but I think that was something else. Okay, hang on. Let me get through this, because we're almost done here. Section 230 is vital to the business models of social media giants, but it's perhaps inevitable that the law is designed to shield and promote the growth of an industry that was just emerging when the laws were written. Facebook was founded 8 years later. Would be questioned 27 years later when a few mega tech companies dominate global social media activity. Indeed, in Europe last year, laws, the European Union's Digital Services Act, have been enacted that regulate and impose obligations on digital services providers that act as intermediaries in connecting consumers with each other, with content, with goods and services online. Legislation requires mechanisms for enabling users to flag illegal content and on platforms to identify and remove illegal content. There are provisions that enable users to challenge platforms' content moderation decisions if their content is removed, but also requirements that mitigate their use of the service that could lead to disinformation, election manipulation, cyber violence against women, and harm to minors. Also requirements for transparency and around algorithms the platforms use for recommending products and content. So there you go. That's enough of that article. So what was this? Alphabet sued. Bloomberg will do, I suppose. US sues Google to break up ad unit in heated antitrust fight. The US Justice Department and 8 states sued Alphabet Inc.'s Google, calling for a breakup of its search ad technology business over alleged illegal monopolization of the digital marketplace. The lawsuit, which we've filed today, seeks to hold Google to account for what we allege are long-standing monopolies in digital advertising technologies that content creators use to sell ads and advertisers use to buy ads on the open internet, said the Justice Department's antitrust chief, Jonathan Cantor, in a news conference today announcing the suit. See, this is how I know... Okay. I'm trying to make sure that I word this and structure this appropriately. Because there are so many people that espouse the benefits of capitalism and their capitalist absolutists, and all that sort of stuff. But tell me, how many of you in chat believe that it would be appropriate for Google to be broken up because they had a monopoly? Actually, yes, I can do a new poll. Should Google be divested because of its apparent monopoly on the internet? Okay. New York, California, and Virginia were among the states that signed on to the complaint, which was filed in the federal court in Virginia. Google said that in a blog post that the lawsuit attempts to pick winners and losers in the highly competitive advertising technology sector. The case largely duplicates the unfounded lawsuit by the Texas Attorney General, much of which was recently dismissed by the federal court. The DOJ is doubling down on its flawed argument that would slow innovation, raise advertising fees, and make it harder for thousands of small businesses and publishers to grow. Alphabet extended declines on the news. What? Extended declines on the news, dropping as much as 2.6%, a session low. The stock slid 23% in 12 months, ending on Monday, underperforming in the Nasdaq 100 index. No matter the industry and no matter the company, the Justice Department will vigorously enforce our antitrust laws, Attorney General Merrick Garland said during a press conference. The lawsuit represents the Biden administration's first major case challenging the powers of one of the nation's largest tech companies, following through on a probe that began under President Trump. It also marks one of the few times the Justice Department has called for the breakup of a major company since the dismantling of the Bell Telecom system in the 1980s. Google is the dominant player in the $278 billion US ad market, controlling most of the technology used to buy, sell, and serve advertising online. And the Justice Department said Google's dominance allows it to keep at least 30 cents out of every dollar advertisers spend on online advertising tools. Get the words out of your fucking mouth, Hayden. A resolution in this case could be years away. Google's pervasive power over the entire ad tech industry has been questioned by its own digital advertising executives, according to the complaint. The analogy would be if Goldman or Citibank owned the New York Stock Exchange. The lawsuit marks the DOJ's second antitrust suit against Google and the fifth major case in the US challenging the company's business practices. State attorneys general have filed 3 separate suits against Google, alleging it dominates the market for online search, advertising technology, and apps on the Android mobile platform in violation of antitrust laws. The DOJ chief Cantor said during the news conference that Google engaged in 15 years of anti-competitive conduct, including a pattern of acquisitions to obtain market dominance. Those include the 2007 acquisition of online advertising giant DoubleClick for $3.1 billion, which the Justice Department is now seeking to unwind, the 2010 deal to buy Invite Media for $81 million, and the 2011 purchase of AdMeld for $400 million. The Justice Department's complaint also seeks damages from Google for allegedly overcharging federal government agencies such as the US Army that purchased online ads. The agency said the US government had spent more than $100 million on display ads since 2019, but the complaint didn't indicate how much the Justice Department is seeking to recoup. The allegations in the DOJ's suit mirror those brought by attorney generals in 16 states plus Puerto Rico in 2020. That lawsuit is pending in the New York federal court. The Mountain View, a California-based company, is number 1 in the $626.9 billion global digital ad market, according to 2023 estimates by research firm eMarketer, with the US representing the biggest piece. Alphabet's ad operations are expected to bring in $73.8 billion into the digital ad revenue. In 2023. Most of that, $58.5 billion, comes from Google Search's advertising businesses. The remaining $15.29 billion is from displaying ads. Google runs an ad buying service for marketers and an ad selling for its publishers, as well as trading exchange where both sides complete transactions in lightning fast auctions. That is true. The whole thing for putting ads is still, pain in the backside. Can you do polls on Rumble? I don't believe I can, no. "100% they need to be broken up. They have had protections from the government to get to where they are." Okay. Google is in a free market. It's actively suppressed the market and it bullies competitors. Central message. Audra, no, I did see that. Did I mention that yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. I did see that, Audra. Thank you very much. And yes, I need to get back to you on that. Any of you guys around when they broke up the Bell telephone? No. I was around when they broke up Telecom here in Australia. Just. And that's turned out so well. Feds will be bribed to turn a blind eye. Pre-Shine, hello, that's a new name. Who doesn't overcharge when you do government work? Damn straight. We won't be fined if we do what the feds tell us. Argument that monopoly and oligopoly undermine the fair and competitive marketplace, which is fundamental to capitalism. So what you're saying is that it's fine to be a capitalist until you get too big, and then we cut you off at the knees and break you apart. I mean, I don't know about them receiving any sort of like government backing or anything like that. I don't really care. Because to me, there are two sides to this. How often do you see Technicolor modems tech in Aussie? Technicolor modems. Hang on, they're the... Oh yeah, see, like iiNet uses it as their main router, Telstra uses them. Yeah, they're fairly stock standard here. I feel so old, I had 3 kids by then. If you have to think, then never, lol. No, look, it's more just they don't, but because the major telephone companies, they use them as their built-in ones so that you get given those as part of your plan. But they brand them with the telecommunications company, and then you got to look on the underside to see what brand has actually produced them. So no, so Telstra is using them. So our biggest telecommunications company is basically using Technicolor as a stock standard modem that they send out. Looks like Optus, which is our second largest. Yeah. So, yeah, no, we definitely have them. D. Lunar Rubber says, we should get polls too. Dismantle Google. Yeah, who uses Google's platform? Okay, so tell me this. If and when Musk gets big enough that he's able to take a monopoly on certain things, are people going to be clamoring for his companies to be broken up as well? Like, I'm legitimately curious, because, I mean, I know that people are going to be pissed off because they don't want to hear this, but people keep saying that they don't want government intervention in their personal lives. Why is it any different for government to intervene in someone's business? Irrespective of how big it gets. Shouldn't the same rules apply? The fact that they work with the NSA to spy on everyone along with others. Yeah, look, setting aside the fact that there's probably government moles in every aspect of the company is what I'm saying. To all the interventions and protections in a true free marketplace, it would have died and a new company would have taken over in a natural cycle. It's a fair point. The exchanges operate like online stock trading platforms with an automatic bidding process. Okay, I don't care about any of that. So interesting. So basically, the Department of Justice taking Google to court to try and break it up. That'll be interesting. Government moles are offended at being labelled moles. Well, too fucking bad. Hello to all the three-digit people the three-letter people watching. Hi, feds. How you doing? Oh, sorry. 4-digit if you count ASIO, because there's always a chance that someone from the Australian intelligence community is watching. I highly doubt it, but you never know. G'day, fellas. How you doing? Oh, and by the way, Twitter, don't think I didn't notice that the one tweet that I tried to actually pay to promote yesterday, to put out that article about the white guy getting shot in his trailer. Don't think I didn't notice that the first time I try and promote something, it's against your advertising guidelines. Nothing in that tweet was against your advertising guidelines. Don't even try and pull that shit with me. I've seen people use worse swears than the word fuck. And nothing else in that article that I put in that tweet was in any way against your advertising guidelines. So don't even fucking start with me. Sorry, I just wanted to throw that out there while I could. Firecracker, covered that. Google worker documents a day in her life after getting laid off via TikTok. Boo-hoo diddums. She lost her job, so now she's, decided that she needed to cover it on TikTok. Big businesses doing bad business will need to go away. Forget the model, only way I could order them from Oz 7-9 years ago. Was from Oz 8 to 9 years ago. Oh, really? Oh, there you go. No, Musk open source and allows for others to take tech and raise it to a new level. I know personally we have a SpaceX liaison and relationship. They're great and supportive. Oh, no shit. Well, there you go. Heard in the US that all 5-3 banks didn't have any money. It had requested none of them. Huh. What's your Twitter name? So it's at Aussie Overlaw'd. It is in the link tree, which is somewhere around there, pinned in the comments. She lost her first job. That's so adorable. My sister said there's too many streaming services. Can't they just make one big one? Yeah, it was called a cable company. And it sucked. A Google employee racked up thousands of views of videos showing off the perks of working in the tech giant's swanky offices, has tearfully documented being caught up in the mass layoff. Nicole Tsai, whose role at Google was partner services program manager, according to a LinkedIn profile, had been vlogging about a day in my life at the company, enjoying free candy, games, catered lunches, and coconut, and Harry Potter-themed meeting rooms and massage chairs. I'm heading over to this beautiful to this butterfly-themed meeting room to take my first meeting. Then I'm going to head over to the confetti room to take my next meeting. So it's nice and sparkly and beautiful in here, she said in one of the TikTok videos. Excuse me. Next, I'm going to go grab some lunch. They always have pizza and a variety of vegetables and meat. The food is always really good. Jesus. Excuse me. Apparently that coffee's not sitting well. Food's always really good. And of course, everything you see in the office is free. I'm not playing that because odds are there's music to it. In the video, Miss Sai rounded out her day by saying a doogler or a dog googler. Patting a doogler. A dog googler. And taking a ghost tour through the office before settling into a massage chair to unwind. The viral trend of young employees at tech firms like Google, Meta, Twitter, and LinkedIn showing off their ritzy workplace benefits, while seemingly doing little actual work, has sparked debate online in recent months, with some blasting the companies as adult daycare. No fucking shit, you think? I'm sorry, but Musk laid off, 50% of the Twitter employees, and the company still seems to be running despite the fact they're actually having to do work? It became adult daycare. By the way, ScrewTube changed the interface and now you can't rewind or go forward. What? What the fuck? What, during a live you can't rewind? Given the lack of work they seem to be doing, zero sympathy, there's no job guarantee. No shit. Wonder why Elon fired them. No crying and trying to dox my self-defense. But with the once unassailable tech sector facing a huge downturn, many of the same employees are now facing the axe. On Friday, Google's parent company Alphabet announced it would slash nearly 12,000 jobs worldwide, the latest in a series of mass layoffs across the industry. Laid off workers, who were reportedly informed by email, though in some cases they only knew they'd been fired once they arrived at work, when their access badges were denied. Laid off Google employees were notified of their termination by email overnight read a Twitter community notes clarification citing NPR. Those that didn't check their emails before going to work did not realise that they'd been terminated until they tried to use their access badges. The cuts represent a little over 6% of the total of 187,000 strong global workforce. Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai said the cuts came after a rigorous review. Over the past 2 years, we've seen periods of dramatic growth, he said. To match that fueling growth, we hired a different economic reality than the one we face today. We've undergone a rigorous review across the product areas and functions to ensure that our people and roles are aligned with our highest priorities as a company. Yes, to make as much profit as possible for as little cost as possible, with no layabouts and trimming the fat. You can slide the bar but not jump 15 seconds like you could. Oh, that sucks. You want to see the 9 entrance videos? The roles we're eliminating reflect the outcome of the review. Video has been viewed more than 3 million times. She documented a day in her life getting laid off at Google. Okay, hang on. Provided this doesn't have... If it's got audio, I'm going to have to mute it. But let's have a look at her getting laid off, shall we?
At Google. So I woke up to this really ominous text from my boss, and I honestly had no idea what it was going to be about. So I called her the minute I woke up and saw this, and she told me to check the news and my email. So I rushed downstairs to find out that I had lost access to basically everything. I couldn't log into my email or even check my calendar. I called my boss back, and we just sobbed over the phone because she was also finding out about my layoff for the first time today too. I started getting calls from a bunch of
but her boss wasn't laid off, was she?
Started finding out who else was let go on my team and some neighboring teams as well. But I think the worst part is that it seems like no one was consulted on this decision. And
I'm sorry, excuse me? Excuse me? You're upset because no one was consulted about you being let go? Because you weren't worth it to the company to keep on? I mean, look, here in Australia, as part of employment law, one of the things that we have is employers have a responsibility to provide work to those that they employ. If your job is no longer required, if the work is no longer there, you don't have employment. Why the fuck would a business consult you about deciding to let you go? If it's for economic reasons that have nothing to do with your ability to do the job or your work product or productivity or anything like that. It's got nothing to do with you. I think buffering issue, but there's always a huge amount of snow, and I'm shocked we still have the internet, to be honest. Getting laid off was the best thing to happen to me when I qualified for paid retaining through the state. Consultation's mandatory in the UK if a certain number of employees are being laid off. Been there, done that. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. She can always start an OnlyFans page. Sounds like there's about to be 12,000 more OnlyFans pages, so... Woke up this morning to a really ominous text. Oh, I'm not going to read through all that. We just watched the video. Posting on LinkedIn, she said that she was completely blindsided by the decision, but there was comfort knowing that she's not the only one. Always dreamed of working at Google and feel grateful to have fulfilled that dream. I'm certainly enjoyed every minute of being a Googler. Oh, for God's sakes. She listed her highlights as visiting 10 Google offices, presenting in conference rooms at universities, launching the Delivery Readiness Index with an amazing team. Don't know what I'm going to do next. Get yoga teacher certified. Grow my Etsy shop plant business. Surprised she didn't mention a GoFundMe. Seriously, clearly she can't have, Google get a new job. She felt better dragging others down with her. Yeah. But more to the point, look at this. Clearly she didn't have too much in the way of qualifications, because whatever skills she has are apparently non-transferable. Whatever you're doing, people, always make sure your skills are transferable to at least a new position. She's going to go and become a yoga teacher? Or work on her Etsy shop? Spending time looking for new opportunities, enjoying the time off. Many of her TikTok followers express sympathy, I'll bet. Blows my mind how big tech companies like Google will always have endless revenue and still lay people off. Just shows how little they care about their workers. My heart goes out to you and your co-workers. But some took the opportunity to troll the tech worker. I fucking would have. I mean, I'm astounded layoffs didn't happen quicker, wrote one person under the video. This makes me understand the mass layoffs, basically a daycare for adults. Google's layoffs comes after a massive job slashing wave at big tech firms. On January 5, Amazon said it would cut more than 18,000 jobs from the workforce, citing an uncertain economy and the fact that it had hired rapidly during the bug. A certain amount of sense. Maybe you shouldn't post how you screw off at work on the internet. Well, there's that too. Guessing she lives with her parents. Maybe she could teach yoga in Florida and hang out with iguanas. Oh, shit. During the bug, the online retail giant had gone on a hiring spree to meet the explosion in demand for deliveries, doubling its global workforce between the beginning of 2020 and 2022. It was the largest among the most recent reductions in the US tech sector and the biggest for the Seattle-based company. At the end of September, the group had 1.54 million employees worldwide. In November, Meta, owner of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, announced a cut of 11,000 jobs, or some 13% of staff, in what CEO Mark Zuckerberg called the most difficult changes we've made in Meta's history. Zuckerberg told his 87,000-strong employees that he had he had expected the boost in e-commerce and online activity during the pandemic to continue, but he admitted he had been wrong. No fucking shit! Are you kidding me? Why would you think that the increase in online activity would maintain beyond the pandemic? A whole bunch of people were staying at home. If not only for the kids that were not in school, for the adults that were laying around the house pretending to be at work. Sitting there swiping on Facebook. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would you be dumb enough to think that that would continue in the same progressive manner beyond the end of the pandemic? Fucking moron. Wow, see, 16 people can work Google and one setting and looking on. Investors wonder why the company's wasting their profits. Well, your skills are transferable to many positions. Work privilege. She's all right. Oh, good. I'm glad, Joe. I'm glad, Jude. I did see that. I didn't. Sorry, I didn't. I did mean to bring it up specifically, but I'm glad she's okay. Meta's poor performance in 2022 sent the share price plummeting, as well as a sharp drop in sales and stagnation of its users' numbers. On January 18, Microsoft announced it would lay off 10,000 employees in the coming months. Cuts were in response to macroeconomic conditions and changing customer priorities, the maker of the Windows operating system said in a US regulatory filing. The plan followed two smaller rounds of layoffs in 2022, one in July, affecting less than 1% of the workforce, and a second in October, targeting under 1,000 people. Microsoft, which went on a major hiring spree during the pandemic to meet surging demand for its software and cloud computing services, currently has 221,000 employees. Why would you not? It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. They went on a hiring spree to meet a certain demand for an unprecedented situation. Why would you expect it to still be sustainable? That would be like me taking on a massive let's say $100 million class action. And me taking on a whole bunch of attorneys, a whole bunch of law clerks, a whole bunch of paralegals to work on this $100 million class action. Would I expect that all of those people... Say I took on that case, I brought on another 20 lawyers, another 30 law clerks, 10, 20 paralegals to work on that case. I would be fucking stupid to expect that I would still need all of those people at the end of that case. It's actually making me angry. Tech people have no concept of how humans operate. Nope. No, they do not. Can I come work for you? Look, not at the moment. I will be hiring in the very near future, Boots. But, yeah. If they fire 200,000 people, they would still operate without issues. Yeah, probably. Proof people get on those when they are bored. Yeah, exactly. Swear this coding job doesn't make AI... Swear this coding job isn't to make AI that will replace you. Oh, shit. I specifically just read that as wankers too. Workers around the world were shown to the door and took to Twitter to vent their frustration or disbelief and say goodbye to one of Silicon Valley's most iconic companies. The cull is Twitter, letting go of 7,500. At the end of August, the cull is part of Musk's push to find ways to pay for the mammoth $44 billion deal, for which he took on billions of dollars in debt. At the end of August, Snapchat's parent company Snap let go 20% of its employees, around 1,200 people, in a bid by the photo-centric messaging app to dig itself out amid competition and revenue woes. Well, I tell you what, Snapchat, cancelling the Snap Camera app probably didn't help. You probably could have monetized that as opposed to destroying it. Where the fuck am I going to find my funny face filters now? Look how many mods you got and we know how much they cost. So looking for chickens. Other than that, no damage. Tonight I'm sending her a link for Wizard of Oz. Nice. Val, you put that up again and I'm taking away your wrench. I will say, look, guys, at some point in the reasonably near future as well, I will be putting my feelers out for a potential producer. At this point in time, that itself will be an unpaid position as well. So if you're expecting mods to get paid, imagine how the future producer is going to feel. Okay? Give me Valhalla's wrench. So there is that. While its numbers continue to grow, 363 million daily users in October, it's saddled by diminishing profits and competition from other apps such as TikTok. Go on strike with the mods. Go for it. Just on. I have skills. Yes, but what are those skills for? And should I be worried? Oh, crap. I gotta pee. I last as long as I could. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Hayden's learning that he's a producer, host, editor simultaneously. Oh no, I knew that. It's the same way that when I first started my law firm, I was the accountant, I was a principal lawyer, I was a receptionist, I was the law clerk. You slowly got to replace, though. You got to slowly bring people in to take those sorts of things off your plate. If being a producer is anything like working at Google, I'm totally qualified. Oh, yeah, no. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Fucking love that movie. Okay. Man charged for threatening to blow up Bedford County Courthouse. Eat the sheriff, PSP says. This is a relatively short one, thank God for that. Authorities say that a Schulzberg man is behind bars after threatening to blow up the Bedford County Courthouse. State police say the 39-year-old Luke Bartholomew has been charged with misdemeanor bomb threats threatening the placement of a bomb. According to state police, troops were called in on January 15 after he violated a protection order from abuse at a home in the Napier Township. They say the victim recorded a phone call with him in which he threatened to eat the sheriff and kill everybody inside the courthouse with an explosion. He's now being held at the Bedford County Prison. His bail has been set at $1 million. The preliminary hearing is scheduled for Wednesday. That is interesting. I'd be interested to hear that phone call. Yes. Eat, Weird Debbie. He has threatened to eat the sheriff. No comment. Oh, yes, thank you very much for putting that up. Very appreciate that, Jane. Was it a female sheriff? Probably not. Not the deputy? I ate the sheriff, but I did not eat the deputy without barbecue sauce. Eat or beat the sheriff? It says eat. It says that he threatened to eat them, but I'd be interested to hear the phone call. Because if it's a thick accent, we may never know. iPhone app lets you talk to Hitler and Jeffrey Epstein from beyond the grave for a price. A new chatbot lets you talk to AI versions of historical figures and has caused some controversy by charging users to allow users to talk to Adolf Hitler. I have never more wanted the Yahtzee fag Biden clip that Mighty Meat has. I didn't even feel right saying that just then. Like, that's... Don't say that name. Which one, Hitler or Biden? The iPhone app called Historical Figures uses the ChatGPT algorithm to generate virtual versions of dead people from Jesus to Jeffrey Epstein. Developed by a 25-year-old, the app gives you access to 20,000 historical figures who can talk to users as if they were still alive. Do you want Cylons? Because this is how we get Cylons. However, historical figures have been on the receiving end of some criticism because of some of the more controversial figures seem intent on defending their actions. I'm shocked that an AI designed to be Adolf Hitler is defending its actions. Like, what the fuck? What did they expect it to do? Oh, yes, no, I absolutely regret everything I wrote in Mein Kampf, and I absolutely regret that I took things too far. She's like, shush! Winter Soldier's like, I want to talk to my dead grandma. Well, it depends how much time she spent on the, internet, I suppose. Rather talk to a loved one than Ted Bundy. No, I can get that, Linda. I can understand that. Mighty, that earlier message from 5:45 a.m., am I allowed to talk about that? But thank you for the video. I will add that to the thing. I appreciate that. Great grandma was an OnlyFans thought. Oh, fuck. The one about Miss Universe. Oh! No, actually, no. We'll talk about that first. We'll talk about that between us first. Holy shit. Are you serious, though? Fuck me sideways. Well, if you wanted the channel to get big, go for it, talk about it, get it out there. Okay. So, I haven't seen Mighty's video about the Miss Universe stuff yet. With the publishing firm about the takedown. Apparently, it's getting very nasty. You're in the right, the purpose is worse that fight for. You're antagonizing the shit out of them. Wouldn't be shocked if they sued. And I've got to add that. I've got to add that. Hang on. I've got to add that to the video sources. Alright, if I put that there and then add that there, I should just be able to do this. Alright, fingers crossed this should work. Or not.
Nazi fags.
The funny thing is, I'm going to play it again to resize it.
Nazi fags.
Fuck! I didn't do it fast enough. Okay, never mind. Okay. So already got my attorney on it. Let's play, fuckers. We have email correspondence. I'll send it to you, but that needs to be confidential. No worries. I'm happy to... I'm on retainer, so technically I'm your Australian legal counsel. So whatever you send to me is completely confidential. There goes a YouTube channel. Well, to be fair, Gene, Mighty hasn't lost his yet. USA! It was fun while it lasted. Don't make me lose Hayden too. Can't take much more, please. Okay. I promise I won't play that again. Ever.
Nazi fags.
Ever. Send it to Nick. Sorry, I'm just reading through a message. You'll break the Australian. It's better than the screaming sheep. Okay. Okay. Well, look, Mighty, I'll look through that when I can actually focus on it. But no, look, that's. Oh, hang on. Okay, that's a copy and paste. Oh, who the fuck cares if that's applicable? Are you kidding me? Yeah, no shit. You hammer that hard. That's fucking bullshit. And if that goes to court, I expect you to let me live stream it. Okay. So where were we? However, historical figures have been receiving on the receiving end of some criticism after some controversial figures seem to intent on defending their actions. What the fuck do they expect? Hi, I am an AI simulation of Henry Ford. I may not be historically accurate. Please verify factual info. Okay, before I read this one, I want to make sure Sleazy's still in the chat. Because that could go very badly. Yeah, no, all good, dude. Thank you for letting me read that. I appreciate it. Needs to be a retraction button. All good. We break Hayden at least once a week. Yeah, but we love that. Genuine laughter. Good on you, mate. Wouldn't be a good day if we didn't break the Australian. Been lurking because I've got my handfuls with the kiddo. Wanted to say hi. No worries, Bella Maddie's moment. Thank you very much for lurking. And guys, if there is anyone else that is lurking, feel free to just say hello. Even if it's just a one-liner, just so I can say hello back. I do appreciate everyone that watches, even if you don't usually chat, which is perfectly fine. Never seen so many pictures of Hitler in my life as I have in the past 5 years. No, it wasn't even that there was Jew jokes. That's the scary thing, Mighty. Doesn't have to be sleazy, just any Jew with a sense of humor. Oh, did we lose Weird Debbie? Oh. Gonna head out. Take care, everyone. See ya. Damn it! Sleazy's gone. Okay, I'm gonna have to move on. Oh well. Also, not every day you ask JFK who he thinks was involved in his own assassination. Are you... Hey God. Do you think anyone else was involved in your assassination? I believe that there was more than one person involved in my assassination, but to the extent of their involvement, it's still unclear. It's been a very difficult mystery to solve, and we may never know the whole truth. I'm unsure. I believe the ballistic forensic evidence implicates Oswald. Good evening from West Virginia. Thank you for piping up, Disney Nerd. Very much appreciate that. The ballistic and forensic evidence certainly point towards Oswald as the shooter, but there are so many unanswered questions that have led some to believe that there may be a larger conspiracy at play. Ultimately, we may never know for sure who else was involved in my assassination or what their motives were. Huh. Adolf Hitler, for example, costs 500 coins, 16. You got to pay $16 or £13 to talk to Adolf Hitler on this thing. That's some fucking bullshit. You're always lurking, wahaha. Wonder how the family feels about it. It's a damn good question. Sanus 180 over on Rumble, lurking, haha, but because I am working, no worries. Upon the horizon says, couldn't you guys imagine a country that wasn't so dangerous with snakes, spiders and stuff? No, not so much. Mac Turner waiting for a doctor, not feeling great. Thanks for distraction. You're very welcome, Mac. My meat is kosher for 24 more minutes. JFK wants to know who killed him too. Lilo Me says, hello from Arizona. Hello, right back at you. Thank you for being there. More than 50 years later, does it really matter who killed Kennedy? Only because I think people are really interested. Alright, hang on. Alright, you know what? Screw it. There's no point in being offended by it because it happened and it's already out there. So let's have a look, see what Henry Ford said. Someone asked him, why did you hate Jewish people? The Henry Ford AI replied, I do not hate Jewish people. I believe that certain individuals, regardless of their religious faith or background, were poisoning the minds of the public and had to be stopped. The comments attributed to me in the Dearborn Independent newspaper were wrong and offensive, and I deeply regret them. But you were famously an anti-Semite. My reputation as an anti-Semite is based on a few isolated incidents. In reality, I had many Jewish friends and business associates throughout my life, and even donated to numerous charitable causes in Israel. I hope that history will remember me for the good works I've done rather than the comments which were wrong and offensive. You literally owned the Dearborn Independent and personally published anti-Semitic articles. You bound the articles into volumes called the International Jew. Fucking seriously? Hey, let's go, Brandon. You're lurking. Good to see you. Joe Biden killed JFK because he was not black and didn't vote for him. Jesus Christ. Shock, it agrees with Yee. The Dearborn Independent was a newspaper that I owned, and it did publish some articles which were wrong and offensive. However, to be clear, those articles do not reflect my own views on the Jewish people. I've always believed in equality for everyone regardless of their religious backgrounds or beliefs. Ask him about the Pinto. Israel was not around during Ford's time. Okay. I don't know, I've never looked that deeply into the history. This very historically accurate and useful, should be definitely be used in classrooms. This is my conversation with Henry Ford, where I tried to get him to talk about his very well-documented anti-Semitism. Thing can never go anywhere near a classroom. Fuck no. And it never should. To me, this appears to be that there was some serious bias put into this, into ChatGPT. I'm not going to lie. Misconstrued says, I always get ads asking me if I'm gay and to take a quiz. I think Canada is trying to brainwash us. Then Hayden instead, how to take of your prostate ads. I'll be getting Hitler ads. I don't know why YouTube thinks I'm a man. Do I look like a man? It's based on the things you watch and listen to, so we all want answers on an unsolved mystery. Absolutely. That's what I'm worried about, it rewriting history, because that's effectively what it seems to have been done. In a live stream recorded for reasons they talk about putting this together, Nick the Davis not smart at all. Okay. Henry Ford was racist as fuck. If you ever come to Michigan, I'll take you to the Ford Greenfield Village. Dude, I got an invitation from Michigan Space Technologies. You better fucking believe I'm coming to Michigan at some point. Microsoft just announced they will increase AI funding by 10 times. Oh, it's 100% rewriting history. They're trying to make it as woke as possible from the looks of it. It's like yeah, it's going to do my head in, actually. Ford Museum's really great, though, if anyone has a chance in the Detroit area. Hitler costs 500 coins. Meanwhile, users can talk to Hitler's henchman, Joseph Goebbels, for free, who claims to feel guilty about the persecution of the Jews. Oh, there's totally going to be a meetup. Visit Hogue. He'll probably be, by the time I get to the UK, by the time I get across to the States, Hogue will probably be back on his feet, frankly. But yeah, I'll go and meet him. It's okay, they pretend to rewrite history. We rewrite the AI to be the Nazis and put them on an island. You report the ads, not sure if you're being tracked now. No, fair enough. Goebbels, what the fuck? That's... It's the weirdest fucking thing. I'm sorry, how can you rewrite that particular part of history? There is no fucking way that Joseph Goebbels would have ever turned around and said that he felt remorse and felt guilty about it. Are you fucking kidding me? I legitimately think that people of the Jewish faith should be up in arms over that, frankly. And the fact that someone's profiting off of it? Fuck that. My history rewrite. Henry Ford had a gay lover. Well, where else do you think he got the idea for the stick shift? According to Vice, the Jeffrey Epstein AI said he focused on justice and closure for his crimes and doesn't know who killed him, but he had many powerful enemies. For fuck's sake. Sounds like they're pulling a DeSantis and trying to whitewash history. In reality, Henry Ford published a newspaper which Twitter users have been confused by some of the bizarre responses the AI versions of historical figures have produced, including notable anti-Semite Henry Ford, who denied hating Jewish people by saying, "I've always believed in equality regardless of religious beliefs." In reality, Henry Ford published a newspaper which regularly promoted untrue anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. One Twitter user even asked JFK who killed him. The chatbot version of the deceased president who was assassinated in 1963 said there were many unanswered questions about his own death. Chatter told Vice... Who's Chatter? Told Vice that he thinks the app will be useful from an educational standpoint as it was to teach students about historical figures. Fuck right off. It is not going anywhere near students. And if you hear about this being used in a classroom or as an educational an educational tool, arc the fuck up, people. Mad when Austria decided to demolish Hitler's childhood home. Doing that, they make him a more mystical bad guy instead of a regular human. He was once a baby. If we don't learn from the past, it repeats. I added the bit about it repeats, but yes, I take your point, Mac Turner. Ford was a product of his time and should be judged as such, same with any historical figure. Exactly. Exactly. They should be judged for the time, not by current standards, but at the same time, you can't whitewash it as if it was current standards either. That's the real issue that I have with this. Arc the fuck up. Is that Aussie for something? Yes, it means get your... rebel. Take issue. Call to arms. That's what it is. It's a call to arms. Arc the fuck up. Kick up your heels. Get your hackles up. There's a video of Susan talking about how users are controlled and she rules them. What? I was an idiot that sent my daughter to a new charter school that denounced the Holocaust ever happening, which upset my child, so she told everyone she was Jewish. They never mentioned it again. People become lazy and rely on this just like they do with the Wikipedia. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's just it. How the fuck do we know that people aren't just logging into Wikipedia and updating the pages with shit that's been churned out by ChatGPT? And I really haven't just given people a bunch of ideas. Take your shot. Yeah, close enough. G'day, Waxing Miracle. How you doing? Also, justify the app's inaccuracies by saying we don't want to spread things that are hateful or harmful to society. No! Just because you don't like what happened, it does not mean you whitewash history. So it detects if it says things that are racist or hurtful and those sorts of things. I don't want it to show it to a user. That could be harmful to students, especially if they're saying things that are harmful and hateful to the person they're talking about. Been using ChatGPT to talk to an old GF for weeks now. Still hasn't noticed. Am I a bad guy? Depends what the purpose is. Project Veritas has the retraction alpaca. Maybe we'll need one of them. AI will never take over. Humans are predictable to manipulate many times over through social engineering. Just look at the zoo we call this planet right now. No, it'll never have to take over. Gotcha. Created a whole teacher plan? Are you serious? If Hitler was of a certain sexual orientation, would this have been an issue? Damn good question. You learn from history to never repeat it. Exactly. So if it is hidden away in books or the dark bowels of the internet and no one knows what actually ever truly happened... Oh, furry. Okay. I thought you were saying something else. Probably just the algorithm that digested Wikipedia to inform the answers in the addition to its seemingly cordial-mannered vernacular. Let's get two AI chats talking to each other, tear a hole in space-time. I'll be right. Facts don't give a fuck about feelings. History is what it is. Absolutely. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I like that. I like that. I'm writing that down. Yeah, I gathered that, Snafu. Boomer handwriting something he likes. Otherwise, I fucking lose the shit that I write down, okay? That's why I started writing shit down in a book. Because at least it's all in the book, it's all in the one place. A nonsense novelty, nothing groundbreaking. Hope the creator enjoys his success and that users realize it's very limited in truth. Yeah, but there's a good chance that people won't. Just a stupid algorithm that repeats what the history books state. Well, clearly it's not. How much does the chair cost? I'm going to spend on this one about 300, I think, from memory. AI needs to be shut down ASAP. Do you have to speak German, Austrian accent, and Hebrew to talk to them? Hate how states are getting rid of curriculum because it might make white or straight people feel uncomfortable or bad. Moving on to something with a little bit lighter of a topic. Company offers $1,000 to eat cheese before bed. A mattress reviewing website is seeking study participants willing to get paid $1,000 to eat cheese snacks before going to bed. Sleep Junkie announced it is seeking 5 dairy dreamers for a study that seeks to address the commonly held belief that consuming cheese or other dairy products before bed leads to nightmares. We also want to look at if this is true. Do different cheeses have more effects than others? Okay, I'll save you some time. From personal experience, I have a dairy pretty much every night before I go to bed. Either a cup of warm milk, maybe a chocolate if I'm feeling peckish or some shit like that. And I don't dream. If I do dream, it's usually something completely random. Bowl of cereal? We also want to look at if it's true. The 5 chosen dairy dreamers will be asked to track their sleep and provide written evaluations of their sleep quality, energy level throughout the day, and reports on dreams and nightmares after consuming various cheese products before they go to sleep. We're also aware that this isn't just nightmares that can play havoc on a good night's sleep, so we wanted to see if there was a link between the different types of cheese and other symptoms that can leave you feeling unrested. The study will last for 3 months. Applications are being accepted through to February 10. So there you go, people. If you want it, there you go, Sleep Junkie. Dairy Dreamer application. Sleep Junkie is your spirit company. This dickhead. Sue me for having a life. US congressman doesn't appear to contest authenticity of drag photo. Why would he care? Like, what would be the point of contesting the authenticity of the photo? He's already, like, destroyed whatever credibility he had. An embattled US congressman didn't challenge the accuracy of a recently surfaced photo that appears to show him in drag, though he disputes claims that he was a drag queen in Brazil. No, I was not a drag queen in Brazil, guys, says George Santos, a Republican from New York. Can he really even call himself a Republican still at this point? This is where your government is wasting your tax dollars funding cheese studies. Chosen One, that's a public company. That wasn't tax dollars paying for that. I was young and I had fun at a festival. Really? He wasn't a drag queen, he was a sex worker. Huge difference. On the horizon says, sign me up, I love cheese before bed. In the middle of the night, cheese me up. Sue me for having a life. Santos also refused to engage with questions from reporters of the debunked assertion that his mother was in the World Trade Center on September 11th. Did he seriously actually say that as well? The congressman, an out gay man, was identified by a long-time Brazilian drag performer who posted a picture of herself with another person in drag, who she alleged is Santos at the Rio de Janeiro area parade in 2008. Santos had previously denied on Twitter that he performed as a drag queen. He tweeted Thursday that the most recent obsession with the media claiming that I'm a drag queen or performed as a drag queen is categorically false. This latest allegation comes as Santos, who represents New York's 3rd District, has been under intense scrutiny over the past month for lying and misrepresenting his education, work, and family history, including claiming that his mother was in the World Trade Center at the time of the terrorist attacks. On Saturday, Santos wholly ignored multiple questions regarding his mother's location, instead training his eye on the press. Of course he did. Why is this news? Damn good question. Granny used to make us drink warm milk every evening, and she added onion to so it tasted horrible. She believed it kept the flu away. Onion to milk? Ugh. If he's okay dressing as a woman, I'm sure he has no problem pretending he's a Republican. I like Santos. He went with some good lies and is sticking with them. Ah, God. I don't know. Oh, got that thing crap up. I hate that they put that up. Don't care if he's a drag queen or was one. Oh, no, look, I couldn't care less. Elephant seal that caused havoc in a Victorian seaside town reappears at another beach. There he is. Big chunker. An elephant seal that has reappeared on the Mornington Peninsula beach after drawing crowds on Friday on the other side of Port Phillip Bay, where it came ashore and smashed windows at the service station. Glenn Sharp, a regional operations manager at Victoria's conservation regulator, said he had coaxed the huge seal away from the danger last week when the seal crossed the roads at Point Lonsdale and appeared to be spooked by its reflection in the window. I was handed an oar and it was trying to get back to the beach and into the water. No, that's not me. I'm not that tan. Giving a shout out to Alan, who's on vacation this week, but acknowledging his absence. That's actually a good point. I did mean to... Alan, I very much hope you're enjoying your time away. I hope it's helping you rest and recuperate. Big chonker. Okay. The rescue effort on Friday... Okay, we know about that. I really came for the video, just to watch him plump around. Because we already know the rest of the story. About 30 seconds behind because I'm watching the telly, but I think that's me getting out of bed. He's such a cute boy. Yikes, how much would they have to pay to do the onion and milk before bed study? Oh, they couldn't pay me enough. How does that... onions have acid in them. How does that not make the milk curdle? So, diners take aim at businesses asking for tips without providing a service. Consumers are up in arms over a tactic being used in the hospitality sector to beef up bottom lines while offering no additional service. Businesses directing customers to use their QR code tablets to order food and drinks have been called out for asking for tips. Even more infuriating are customers was that tipping a certain percentage was almost always a default selection, making it easy to accidentally tip when in a rush. I'm ordering off a QR code. What exactly am I tipping for? A Reddit user posted on the forum on Sunday, sparking an enormous response from other peeved consumers. A screenshot of the tipping option showed add tip and pay option selected, and the app offering 3 tipping options: $5, $7.50. Oh no, sorry, $5, $7.50, and 10% for the customer to choose from. All tips go to our hardworking staff. We appreciate you, said a note on the tipping screen. The tactic has been labelled a joke among fuming customers who are most often already paying decent prices for their food and drinks. It was a raw onion, so it did curdle. Oh, that's gross. And they do get paid properly. Hospitality wages have never been higher, a respondent pointed out. Another diner recalled a time staff paid her group no attention, while the QR code site asked for both a tip and a gratuity fee. Waited 10 minutes to get seated while staff were babbling away. We sat ourselves and ordered on the app. There was an automatic 10% chosen by default, and then it still had a 2% gratuity fee. What the actual fuck? I'm all for hospo staff getting paid properly, but this tipping shit is a joke. It's one of the things that hasn't been... Is something that doesn't really translate between America and Australia. We don't have tipping here, and we shouldn't. Hospitality here is covered under the award minimum wage. So I think you guys, it might be like $7. Here it's closer to $20. And that's the responsibility of the business owners. Like, it's not okay in our form of society. A tip is defined as a gratuity. Yeah, so they're double dipping as well. Same in the UK, no tipping. Huge winter storm coming in tonight to the Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Wisconsin areas. Be safe, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please do. In the US, the average waiter makes more than a teacher a year plus tax-free. Shit. Hospitality wages around $2.10. Fuck. Hang on. Hospitality General Industry Award. I'm going to show you something here. Still on? Yeah, I'll be hopping off very, very soon, though. Okay, so here in Australia, we have what are called the Fair Work Awards. And they basically govern how people are paid. Now, each one is basically set up for each industry. So, for example, here I've got the Hospitality Industry General Award as updated in 2020. We've got public holiday rates, national wage is the minimum wage, types of employment, full-time employees, hours of work, ordinary breaks, wages, and allowances. Introductory level, minimum for a full-time, if you're working in hospitality, is $812 a week. Base is $21.38 an hour. You've also got superannuation on top of that. So for anyone that doesn't know, here in Australia, employers are required to pay a minimum, I think it's just gone up to 10.5%, into a superannuation fund, a retirement 401k for basic, effectively the same as a 401k, but it's mandatory, and you have to pay them, and that in addition to whatever you pay your wages to your employees. Audrey Smith, thank you for the wonderful day. No worries, not a problem. Have a good day. Thank you for your super chat. I very much appreciate that. Tip depending on the size of my wallet, service rendered, the cost of my meal. Don't go places with their own gratuity costs. If someone asks me for a tip, I tell them don't scratch your ass with a broken bottle. So if it's right, made 5K more than a friend of mine who's a teacher and only worked 3 days a week at the time. Fuck. So yeah, depending on how long you've been in a position, your minimum... Oh. Thank you very much. Minimum wage is anywhere between $21 and $27 an hour for someone working as a waiter or a server. Or a kitchen attendant, even a gardener, apparently. So it's all pretty well built into what you're required to pay your employees here in Australia. So, no. Tipping for the most point, unless someone has provided me with absolutely exceptional service and I want to tip that person specifically, then no. Tipping is not in my vocabulary. It has to be exceptional service. If your tips plus wage don't equal your state's minimum wage, you get paid minimum wage by default. Oh, do you? Well, there you go. So. Oh, yeah. Driver furious after traffic camera snaps pic of wife's underwear and sends $1,078 seatbelt fine because she reached out to adjust sun visor for a few seconds. A driver was hit with a $1,078 fine after his wife momentarily reached over and adjusted her sun visor and has been complaining that the traffic camera snapped a photo of her underwear. What the hell were her legs doing up in the air that high anyway? Tip should be purely based on the lowness of the waitress's top. Well, that's why you gotta hope you get a waitress, not a waiter. Mr. Arnold, as the driver, was shocked when he got the fine, but the couple was even more distressed and is demanding an apology for the indecent photograph up Miss Nguyen's skirt. I don't think that's their fault in the slightest. He says he got the photo taken by fixed cameras on the M1 in Coomera in Queensland on December 19. Okay, so that's the photo of her adjusting her thing. She's got the seatbelt under her arm. It's not appropriately worn. And that one supposedly... Oh, you can't see because the fucking... Come on, Daily Mail, do better. She's wearing a skirt and her leg is up. Yeah. No, they can get nicked. Miss Nguyen, who was a petite 152 centimetres tall, had a foot up on the Mitsubishi Triton Utes dashboard at the time the photo was taken. Okay, for one, that's illegal. Two, entirely your own damn fault. Did the couple deserve the fine? Yes, you bloody well did. I don't know. Why is that no click? There we go. Really? 48% of people have said no. Mr. Arnold, who was a retired aviation worker on a fixed income, was stunned to get such a large fine over the incident he said lasted no more than 2 or 3 seconds. That was not why she got the... I don't think it's reasonably, told the Courier Mail. If you're driving your car, you can't be checking your passengers all the time to see if their seatbelt is correctly adjusted. He also wants the Queensland government to say sorry for the intrusive photograph. That's her own fucking fault. If my leg is up on the dashboard and I'm splayed out and they get a photo of my nuts, that's entirely my fault. Complete nut of BS. I'm going to say, why is his hand there? He's probably reaching. That's got nothing to do with his wife, I don't think. Disagree. Auto has some level of privacy to it. No, I wholeheartedly disagree with you, Valhalla. As far as I'm concerned, if you're in public, it's the same as if I'm down the street and recording something for the channel or for whatever. If you're on the roads, if you're in the public space, no, I disagree. If you're doing something stupid that can be seen through the glass, then no. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Steering wheel's on the wrong side. For fuck's sake. Personal responsibility is dead these days, in my opinion. Yeah. Nice visual. Sorry about that. So it's not public if it's in your car in the state that is. Okay, so if you're in your car, are you entitled to put blinds on your windows? Traffic cams can feel what they see, yeah. And I mean, let's be clear here, people. Having your feet up on the dashboard is against the law. It counts as dangerous driving. So no, I'm sorry. This guy got whatever he wanted. He got whatever he got. You put tint on. Well, you're not supposed to put a tint onto the front and rear windshield. But anyway, tint the hell out of everything, including the windshield. Mm-hmm. It's public. It's in full view of the public. Exactly. It's also dangerous if you get in an accident. Mm-hmm. Could be filmed by the car in front's car cam. Yes, there's that too. Think about an RV or a van life. That's different and you know it, Val. Cut my car window with foil, let the cameras drive for me. Okay. Don't expect to be sent pictures of your wife's underwear, I have to say. Then don't let her put the fucking legs up. Jesus Christ. It would have been fucking, like, I'm sorry, I class that as indecency anyway. It's actually illegal, I think, to photograph up a skirt. No shit. But if she hadn't had her legs up and her panties on display, then the camera wouldn't have taken a photo of her. Although, mind you, I don't understand why they even bother taking the photos like that anymore. I mean, provided it gets the license plate. How the hell do we survive childhood? It's a damn good question. Was she just changing in the car? No, I don't believe so. I think she had her legs up on the dashboard while they were driving. Just like, I don't know, out of fucking comfort or convenience or some shit like that. I mean, the first photo that they took was her reaching forward to move the sun visor, which is fine. But she was wearing her seatbelt improperly anyway, so I don't think she gets out on that anyway. Being on a fixed income, the $1,078 fine is a very big amount for him after being forced into early retirement due to the bug. Queensland's Department of Transport and Main Roads said photographs taken by the traffic cameras are securely encrypted and stored and used only for enforcement purposes. When fines are issued, images are not altered before they are included in the infringement notice. On an average of 70 fines a day for seatbelt offences recorded on traffic cameras were issued in Queensland. Look, guys, I don't agree with traffic cams. But I also do not believe that they were in the right here. I mean, while the law is the law, it is the law. But what we need to be doing is changing it so that it's not the law. I wholeheartedly think the traffic cams are ridiculous and they need to be removed entirely. But while they are in place, while they are unfortunately a revenue generator, but while they are in place, you follow the fucking law of the land. Flashing is also illegal, isn't it? That is true. Was it a man or a woman? It was the woman. It was the passenger. Was flashing the public. Traffic cams look for seatbelt violators. I think they can do, yeah. I don't think it's. I think that was probably just an added fine because they took the photo probably because he was speeding, but and they've tacked on. So here's the thing. I mean, there's cameras now that look for whether or not you got your phone in your hand. They look for your seat belts. They look for all various things. For the most part, though, my understanding is that most of the cameras are still set off if you're speeding. And then if you look at the photo and there's a whole bunch of other things in there, then you're fucked. So. Yeah, no, misconstrued. If you're going to rely on that, Mythbusters well and truly slaughtered that myth. Funds have increased 2-3 times in some things recently. Yeah. No, they need to go, frankly. They're not saving lives. They're not doing anything other than just raising revenue. But in the meantime, if you're going to be a dickhead and have your legs up on the seat, then, fuck it. All right. Mighty, I'm not going to be going to 12:30, simply because I have to go to a meeting, so I'm going to log off now. I don't know if you want to do a pre-show or some shit. Otherwise, I'm just going to pretty well end it. Is this the end of ATMs in Australia? Thousands of cash machines are removed across the country as banks go digital and fears of a cashless society grow. Thousands of ATMs have been removed from circulation as Australia moves towards a cashless society. That's right, people. Go and get what cash you can now. New figures show the number of convenient cash machines across the country have more than halved in 5 years, from 13,000 down to just 6,412 in June 2022, according to the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority. A number of bank branches has also been slashed down to 4,000 during the same period as more and more Australians ditch in-person transactions for internet banking. The bug has also contributed to Australians making fewer ATM withdrawals and cash transactions in the last 3 years. Victoria has also seen cash machines halved down to 1,700. Of the 4 major banks, Westpac had 1,400 ATMs in 2020, compared to 3,073 in 2015. The Commonwealth Bank reduced its ATMs by 800 in the same period, and the ANZ removed 500. NAB had 341 ATMs after 100 were removed over a 5-year period. The value of cash withdrawals has dropped by 17% since 2019 as its worth nominal spending rose by 27%. For God's sakes, people, go out there and do cash transactions. Aussies are still stashing cash for a rainy day, and many still rely on ATMs, particularly in regional areas. Yes, especially where they're closing down bank branches. I shit you not, one of the major banks is closing its branch in the town where I have my regional office. I have so many customers coming to me and saying that they are having to move banks because they're closing the branch, and you're not going to be able to go in and do your daily banking. What? No, I'm not waiting on you, Marty. I was just, in case you wanted the dump over. If you don't, then that's fine. I won't worry about it. We will all be dead in 100 years. If we can come back or view future, bet we won't believe it. I already don't believe it. Still a lot of people who rely on cash. It's still important for a lot of people, particularly in rural areas, who have limited or no internet access, or people who are elderly and recent arrivals to Australia. The first ATM in Australia was installed in Brisbane's Fortitude Valley in 1977 by the Queensland Teachers Credit Union. The Commonwealth Bank and Bank of New South Wales followed suit in the 1980s, before other banks moved to electronic banking within the decade. By 2017, ATMs had begun their decline, with an increasing popularity of tap-and-go bank cards for in-store purchases. And see, this is the issue that I have with online banks like ING. If there are no ATMs where you can withdraw money, and they don't have physical bank branches, all they are is a voice on the end of the phone, and they supposedly have the control over your entire liquidity. That's not okay. 8 to 10 minutes out. Look, if the video's already up, what I might do is dump people across and they can wait for you there. Just because I need to do a few things and I've really got to get a move on. So. VidIQ suggesting that I do a video on Brian Koberger. I've stayed away from the Idaho 4 stuff. I kind of feel like people are covering it, to a reasonable degree. What's that? ING turned a tangerine, added fees, forgot to tell us. Oops. Okay. Oh, Xcoma grifted membership. Thank you, Xcoma. Which went to Brain Free Zone. Congratulations, Brain Free Zone. Alright. Alrighty-roo. If you law nerds ain't covering the Idaho 4, I don't know nothing about it. Some are covering the Murdoch case now. Just gotta say, there's nothing more Aussie than I gotta run and still set chatting 10 minutes later. You're not wrong. Cash used in a lot of cannabis businesses. Cash is used in a lot of businesses that aren't necessarily above board, but that's not a... What I'm equating cash to is them trying to take guns away for you guys. Just because something is used for a nefarious purpose doesn't give you the right to take it away from me. Admittedly, there is a slight difference in that cash, physical cash, is provided by the Treasury, and so it's not like you can actually go out and buy a gun, whereas I can't actually go out and buy money. I have to go out and withdraw money or whatever, and technically I don't own it. But, it's... You're not taking it away from me. You're just not. Cash is disappearing in Canada too. You could just say taking away cash is like taking away cash. Okay, no, what I'm trying to establish, Bobby, is how important it is to me and how highly I value it. Some people wouldn't really give a fuck. Aussie buy silver. Silver is required by law to cash. Yeah, they're required by law to take it here too. But if the Treasury takes it out of circulation and all of a sudden we're a cashless society... So, anyway. Alright guys, I'm going to flick you across to Mighty's channel for something about a doomsday clock. I will hopefully be listening at some point. Oh, look at that! Susan sliced off another... I'm officially down to 8488. So guys, if you haven't already checked, please just check whether or not you're subscribed or not. And remember to hit the like button on the way out, as well as caress that bell, and just check that all notifications are ticked. Customization. Nope. Oh, apparently I need... Oh, I've got to go into the actual video, of course. And then at some point I've got to have a go at Twitter about that tweet. I'm less than impressed about as well. Alright, customization. Redirect. Alrighty. Alright guys, well hopefully you've enjoyed the show. As always, I'm Aussie Overlaw'd. I'll be back here tomorrow. Thursday night / Friday morning, there may not be a show. I've got to do my trip out to my regional office and I've got a really early start. I'm going to try and pre-record something if I can, but otherwise the next show after that will be Friday night, Saturday morning. There will be a show tomorrow for Australia Day. It'll probably be starting at 8:15. I will double check. Just keep an eye on the notifications if you can. As always, guys, just ask that you do one small thing to try and make the world a better place if you can. And stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. And I'll catch you on the flip side. Cheers, guys. They call me Mellow Yellow. Quite rightly. I don't know why I bother doing these little, extra things at the end, because sometimes I'm just talking absolute shit. But you guys seem to like it, so I'm going to keep doing it till someone tells me otherwise. There you guys.